And one more word of prayer, be pit. Tonight.
Okay.
I get it.
All right, Penny. Call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? Okay. Need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, if there's no modifications or changes to the agenda, I move we approve it for Thursday, September the 1st, 2022.
Have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any questions on the purchase order? Okay. No internal budgets. We have some change in status. We have a new hire recommendation received from Tim Zaya, Director of Community Corrections, for the following: Susan Owens as a part-time driver with an hourly rate of $17.82 effective September 6, 2022. We have Andy May Orjo as a therapist 3 with an annual salary of $76,065 effective September 12, 2022. Letter of resignation received from Fiduciary Office for Christina Eisenberg effective September 9, 2022. Letter of resignation received from the voters for Caitlin Davis effective September 9, 2022. Any questions on the change of status? We have minutes for August the 18th, 2022. Everyone was present except for Council Delegates. Do I hear a motion to approve those minutes as written?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor in a second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
I'll abstain.
Moving on to the county council calendars. The county will be closed on Monday, the 5th of September. Be back in the chambers at 9:30 next Thursday on the 8th at 9:30 a.m. And Mr. Davis, the public hearing for the commercial ambulance fee at 6 p.m. tonight. Do you have any interest in anybody showing up on that yet?
We have not. It was properly noticed. It's been placed on our webpage and social media platforms. We did run a Class 1 legal notice of public hearing that we have certification publication that occurred. It ran on Wednesday, August 24th. We have not received any correspondence and any telephone calls that I'm aware of.
So it may be something, start the meeting up and.
I would suspect that you maybe have one or two, but I don't expect much of a turnout.
Is everybody gonna be here for that? Yep. I didn't realize. I'd like to get out of town this afternoon if that's possible. All right. Okay. Board and commissions. We have Tuesday the 6th, 5 p.m. Sewer District, 6 p.m. Stormwater, 6 p.m. Planning Commission. That's all you, Eddie. Wednesday the 7th, 4 p.m. Telemon. Thursday, 6:30 p.m. Fire Board. Any changes or corrections to the boards and commissions meetings? We have a bond release for Lot 18, J.D. Rockefeller Science and Tech Center. Grading BCP file number 2201-021 tied to 2201-020 2103-0388 and 2012-379. Bond number is 078639. Any concerns for Doug on this bond release? Cash Serenity Agreement for 2003 Industrial Circle LLC Trailer Equipment Storage Area. Grading Permit BCP file number 2208-0221 tied to number 2207-208. Engineering Department has made that recommendation.
That's a cash surety agreement, correct?
Do what?
Cash
Yes,
surety.
we will hold the bonds in the balance. $100,171.40 in our account, our bond surety account, until completion or release.
Okay. We have a check, canceled check request from the county's finance office. Any concerns about that? All right, need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Or second, any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Good morning, Mr. Hess. You have a little bit of activity for us anyway.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, we have a few again this week. First of all, we have 2 taxpayer error. We had to break, they didn't break, but they put them on their return by mistake. So I had to write them up as a taxpayer error. There's 2 of them.
It says the taxpayer did not have the Toyota Tacoma.
Yeah, well, they put it on the return, but they got rid of it before July.
Oh, they got rid
But
of it.
they went ahead.
Because
and
it says they
reported-
never had it.
Yeah, they reported it anyway. So both of those totaled up to $617.42 for those 2.
Mr. President, I move to approve the 2 taxpayer error, personal property exoneration for the amount of $617.42.
I'll second that.
Well, we got a motion on the floor and we got a second. Any
You didn't
discussion?
even ask for it.
I did. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. All the nays?
Aye.
Motion is denied.
Thank you.
Mhm.
We do have 2 pages, actually 16 of them, I think, for personal property
Mhm.
office error for those reasons that's listed there. The total all 16 of those up. They come up to $2,165.45. 16.
Okay, I entertain a motion on 16 personal property tax exoneration due to office error.
So moved.
Second motion.
All right, motion been made, second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries, and you have 2 real estate tax
Yep, I
exonerations.
just have 2 other real estate we have to correct. One, the homestead wasn't applied, and we back taxed the second one for Mark Cole, and he'd already paid it at the auditor's office, so we had to correct that one. So total of $706.74.
Entertain a motion on the 2 real estate tax exonerations due to office error.
And motion to approve the amount of $706.74. Second.
Motion been made, second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Hess. Board and meeting reports, Mr. Barnhart.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I had 2 meetings. One was Region 9 Planning and Development Council, in beautiful sunny downtown Charlestown, right next to the county courthouse. The guest speaker was Keith Lowry of the Jefferson Community Ministries, and all the good things they do in Jefferson County, a little bit in Berkeley County. They work with the what's the name of it? The thing with the homeless rescue mission. Yeah, and they approved the budget of fiscal year 23, and then they had reports from the transportation, Matt Molnex, and Dave, I don't know his last name, is the project manager, he reported, and the nonprofit project manager, Dee Jana, reported. And that was basically the Region 9 meeting. And then I left there and hustled over to the Berkeley County Public Service and Water District meeting, which was fairly short. The first meeting I've had in a long time, didn't have any new projects. Though Robin said there's several in the pipeline, but none for this meeting. But they did do 136 new meters in the month of July. See a couple of water main breaks. The woods, the water supplies in good standing. And then, philosophy that was expressed from the IJDC is one in which they wish to see local jurisdictions seeking grants have allocated some of the ARPA funds to the projects in question. And then the discussion at the meeting, I guess it's today, with folks at Region 9, would be the need for the county to apply a certain amount of ARPA funds they receive for the Pikeside Water Main Project and the River Plan expansion. I don't know if that's been considered, but that's what they want.
Well, I think that was talked about when they were here on the 76 million. It went to 120 some million. If I recall, it was 70 or 80 million, somewhere around there. There was 26 million that we asked for the federal government. It was $26 million that we was going to ask from the state government, and I think I asked them how much money they could put without borrowing money. I thought it was around 20 million. And it's a match. We know the state's not going to do anything without a match. So, I think at that point in time we said that we would entertain some ARCA money, but not no big chunk like.
Well, I assume they're thinking $1 million, $2 million. I don't know.
Well, yeah, there is some. I'm in a meeting coming up with the water district, Jim Olette, and myself, and Rachel. That she's working on a bunch of grants for them, so that's coming up here soon in September.
I assume it's today.
Well, if it's today, I better check my calendar.
That's what it says here.
All right. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I think there was I had talked to Eddie about trying to get a meeting together where he and I could start that conversation with the water board about that funding as well. How to figure out, remember we talked about that?
I'm trying to check to see if Jim's right. He knows more of my schedule than I do, but yes.
Okay,
What was that now?
I said I had a conversation with Eddie about he and I getting together and trying to get come up with this funding match and figure out how we can do that. From my understanding, the state is waiting on us to come up with that match money to be able to fund that. So I'd like to come up and try to figure that out here relatively soon, so at least we get that part of it taken care of.
Yeah. So then you would be meeting with the water district.
Right.
I think it's important to be able to have that conversation before the first of the year.
Oh, I think the sooner the better. From what, like Dan said, supposedly the money's sitting there waiting.
Yeah, we should try to figure out how we're gonna make that work. I mean, that's a big burden that'll lift off of the ratepayers if we can get that $50 million figured out how it's going to benefit.
Yeah.
I know Jim's working on a variety of financing options. He contacted us a week or so ago asking for a letter of support for a grant they were submitting, so we did provide that.
Mm-hmm.
And that was primarily for the upgrade to the Potomac River plant.
Okay. All right. Dan.
I have no meeting.
Vice President Whittaker.
No meetings here.
Councilman Coconut.
Yes, sir. On Monday, at a stakeholders meeting with the Parks and Rec on the master plan, basically for Courthouse Farm Park expansion and Lake Thomas integration into the trail system. And I do have a printout of both of those that I will get to you. On Tuesday, had a facilities meeting. We've had some complaints on some of the fields and the conditions of parking lots. And so we're trying to address and understand just so that staff actually understands the expectation of the public for these facilities. And I think now that they truly do understand the importance of even some of the minor things that people are concerned about. On Wednesday, Anthony and myself met with the landmarks chairperson to discuss some of a plan forward with the Morgan Cabin group. They found some remains. They don't know yet, they haven't determined exactly what they are. But a plan forward in trying to identify that and protect it until it is. So those things are going on. That's really about it.
I heard recently, Eddie, that there was a section, I recently heard a complaint that there was a section of War Memorial Park playground or something that was, that had been fenced off or.
Yeah, it's a slide that they go through the manufacturer and they cannot get the parts necessary to replace it or to repair it. You know, so our direction was take it down. You know, instead of it sitting there half
Fenced off.
Yeah, fenced off and grass, 2 foot high inside the fence. It looks terrible. So I think they just need some direction.
So what is it? What is it now?
It's a slide
Sliding board.
that is partially, it was broken and it was partially disassembled, waiting on parts, and parts are like, a year out.
Right.
Of course, there are some other manufacturers that they're looking at to be able to, get it back in use. But in the meantime, it looks like a carcass in the middle of the park. It's terrible. So just trying to raise that level of expectation with the facility director.
And they even said something about some of the picnic tables aren't in good condition and stuff like that, so you might want to just check into it.
Well, there's a whole list of things that we brought to their attention that a lot of stuff didn't happen overnight. It's been an accumulation of time, but I don't know exactly what the problem is. I know a lot of times you focus on the big problem, but walk past 10 small problems that eventually will become big if you don't take care of them.
Right.
So it's just reassuring the staff of, and find out what the staff needs. Are there things you need, to make this successful?
Right.
But we've not been used to that in the past, and the public expects first-rate facilities, and that's what we plan on delivering.
Right. Right. Because I've heard all good comments till this morning.
Yeah.
I've never heard one negative comment.
Yeah, well, it started out really with problems at DuPont Park, the soccer park, with drainage issues and stuff like
On
that.
the strip, or the parking lot and the road going in.
Yeah, and that it wasn't properly handled, built correctly in the first place. I don't think it was built at all. It just happened, kind of a deal. And as time goes on, erosion occurs. Now we can't get a wheelchair, through. I get it. I understand.
Right.
So those things are being addressed.
Is that all part of, I guess the guy that's managing that, he's relatively new. Is
He
that
is.
part of the learning process
It is.
of
and-
expectations? I think if I remember right, you guys had some mowing issues early on,
Yeah,
kind of
and-
the same thing.
And all those have been taken care of. That's all been addressed. Melvin did a very good job of raising that level of expectation, with the contractor. But there's other issues that
Yeah.
we need to deal with.
I understand they're even looking at next year fertilizing and all kinds of stuff. That's really good. It needs it. It needs it big time. All right, I had an ambulance authority meeting last Thursday, and one thing is it's the same thing with them, with as it is with us on trying to get vehicles, public safety vehicles. So they were wanting to get some ambulances and stuff. They put word out that if somebody came back with demos or had something that wasn't to their specs, they'd be interested. And they got a phone call just on Thursday during the day that there's 3 ambulances, brand new, a little bit smaller than the ones they have. height-wise, which would work good in Marlow. And so they're gonna look at that. Is trying to get those ambulances, at least some of them, if not all of them, because the same thing are years out. The other thing we talked about was when we give raises here in Mashpee, it doesn't take long for everybody to understand and know that. So therefore, there's a trickle down effect of everybody in the county. And so that was a concern of, increasing them pay, which they're generally, they just had an increase in pay in January, so naturally they can't do one right now, and plus the fee structure and stuff, and but they have to keep up with the surrounding areas and make sure they stay competitive for retention. So there'll be somebody the group will look at that and see where we're at and make sure there's not a need for adjustments there. But other than that, they're pretty quiet. Call volumes are up again, still go, they continually go up. Pretty substantial this last time. But we have a bid opening at 10 o'clock, Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir. We have two bid openings for the council's consideration. The first is for law enforcement pursuit rated police package vehicles. Just as some background, if the council will recall, in March, you authorized us to put an RFP on the street to buy 5 police, law enforcement pursuit rated police pickup trucks. We put the RFP out on the street, and it wasn't long after that we received notification that they were no longer available. That they had closed down the assembly line, and that for all intent and purposes there were no pursuit rated police vehicles available at all, either the SUVs or pickup trucks. So we received notification. We took 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe a little bit longer, we took delivery of 2 regular pickup trucks for the facilities department that we ordered as part of that whole March package. And at that time, we were told that they were now accepting bids for the police, law enforcement pursuit rated police packages. So we immediately put the RFP out. Not only did we ask for 5 pickup trucks, F-150 pursuit rated pickup trucks, but also 3 SUVs for a total of 8. That would take care of not only the 4 COPS grant funded positions that the council authorized, but 4 replacement vehicles that we needed. 2 weeks ago, once the RFP was on the street, we received notification that they had shut down the assembly line for the pickup trucks again, and that they were no longer available. So we sent out an addendum to the RFP that said, strike the pickup trucks. We now want 8 of the pursuit rated SUVs, which is what we've been putting on the street for the past couple of years. We did post the Class 1 legal ad in the Martinsburg Journal. It appeared on Wednesday, August 17, 2022. We did receive certification publication, which is in the file and also in your packet. The deadline for bids was 4:00 p.m. yesterday, and we received 4 bids prior to the deadline, and this should be for 8 pursuit rated SUVs instead of pickup trucks. And we did budget for this. If you'll recall, in the current fiscal year budget, we did set aside funding so that we can pay cash for these, and also the couple vehicles that have been involved in accidents that were totaled. We took that money once we got it from the risk pool. We put that back into the capital vehicle account to pay for
The 5-year financing plan that we have, is that something that for the next cycle, because we're through the 5 years now,
The
right?
first 5-year cycle, we pay it off in September, October. The first loan with United Bank on vehicles. We pay it off this fiscal year. Yeah, the first cycle we do pay off. We'll still have 2 other loans that we'll be working on. Yeah, we have 3 the first one. Right.
Say again, I was looking at this, you said the one that we financed first is coming back, will be paid
We
off.
paid off this fiscal year.
Right.
Yes, sir.
All right, but are we gonna start another finance package?
No, we're paying cash for these.
I know, but
We're
the
gonna-
next cycle, 5-year cycle.
We won't need any new vehicles for the next 2 fiscal years.
Other than replacing.
Replacing.
So what have we looked at exactly what is the difference between a regular, say, GMC pickup and a pursuit truck? I mean, my understanding is that it's, bigger battery systems, bigger charging systems for the lights, those type of
The
things.
heavy duty brakes
Right.
and a rubber back seat.
You can,
That's it.
Right, I mean, aren't some of those things something that we can just, still get a truck and add on?
We probably could.
well, you
But yeah,
can,
there's really, like, as far as the engine goes, there's no difference in engine.
Right.
oh, you can,
It's heavy duty suspension, brakes, electrical, and the rubber back seat.
Right.
get the diesel engine, put a chip in it, and man, you ain't nobody gonna outrun you.
Yeah, but
No
I mean,
way.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, why, to order it just stock for that, it would seem to me like if it was a pickup that was needed, instead of just saying we can't get one. I mean, the biggest difference I see really between those is really the upgrade of the electrical system, and that's basically the charging system and the battery capacity for all the lights you have to have. I mean, and that's an easy add-on, because most of those trucks, I know the GMCs now, they have a cavity for a second battery. That's all part of the design of it. So even if it's a gasoline one without because the diesels come with 2 batteries, don't they?
Mhm.
Yeah, the gasoline ones come with 1. There's still a cavity for it. So
Probably already has the larger amperage and stuff, yeah.
Right.
Because all the towing packages and stuff like that.
Right.
Little battery.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a thought. I mean, I don't know. There's the power wise, I don't think there's any difference at all in that.
And we have staff that does all the installations now. Yeah, we could
That is a good option though.
talk to them.
Yeah, that's a real good option. All right, Whiteside, no bid. Number 2. Hagerstown Ford, 360,000, 480, 360, 480.
Yeah.
So I was going wide.
I bet I didn't believe you. I
Retaining what
just,
Mr. Davis said.
but I didn't believe you. I just didn't think it was
I wanted
possible.
to double check myself. That's great. You talk about engine. This vehicle here is a V6 turbo, 400 horsepower. 10-speed automatic transmission. And let's see. Kent Parsons, $355,792. $355,792. Okay, number 3. Okay, number 4. Keystone Ford, 374. I guess you want to know where they're from too. You know, Keystone Ford is out of Chambersburg, PA, and rest you know. All right, Mr. Davis, you also have a bid opening for snow removal on Waverly Court.
Yes, sir, it's that time of year again. If the council will recall, last year, we opened bids for snow removal for all locations other than 122 Waverly Court. Snow removal for 122 Waverly Court is treated as a separate contract from all the others because snow removal services, the cost of those services are shared with the Central Church of Christ. For the past 3 years, the snow removal contract has been with Pitzer Chapel Pines. It was a 1-year contract with the option to renew for 2 out years. For fiscal 2022, we paid $220 per plow. The current contract expires September 30th, 2022. The RFP was placed on the website and social media platforms. It was advertised in the Martinsburg Journal on Wednesday, August the 24th, 2022. We do have certification publication on file in your packet. Bids were due no later than 4:00 p.m. yesterday, August 31st, and we received 3 bids, we're happy to say, 3 bids prior to the deadline. And if you'll recall, in the past, we've had difficulty getting snow removal bids, so we were happy that we got 3 bids.
I think the insurance requirements, sometimes they underwrite them. You have commercial vehicles, you plow snow, you're not covered.
Is that right? Okay. Riverside Farms, LLC, Hedgesville, West Virginia. Bids. Price per hour for pickup with plow, $125. I'm sorry. Price per normal plow and sidewalk clearing, $675. Price per hour for pickup with plows, $125. Price per hour for labor is $40. Price per hour for tractors, $120. Price per hour for large loaders, $150. Bid number 1. Bid number 2 is Launch Enforcement LLC, Carneysville, West Virginia. Okay, this one, they've done it by the hour, price per normal plow. They've done $80 per plow per hour, $40 per man per hour for, I guess, sidewalks. $80 per plow per hour for the plows. Sidewalks, $40 per man per hour. Price for tractors, $95. Price per hour for large loaders, $145. So I guess one of the things with the pricing by the hour, I guess we need to know, where does the time start? Does it, does it start on the job, or does it start, somebody comes from Carneysville, does it start when you leave your Carneysville area? And the other thing too, we almost, I guess you'll check out the size of their equipment too.
Yes, sir.
Nothing saying, whether it's a 7-foot plow, 9-foot B plow.
Snow boxes.
Price per hour for tractor doesn't say what size tractor or what size loader, some sorts.
No, but $80 an hour seems pretty inexpensive to me.
It's real, yeah.
Yes.
I'm not gonna say what I wanna say. All right, the next one is Pitzer Chapel Pines LLC, $230 to plow and do the sidewalks. Price per hour for the pickup with plows, $85. Price per hour Labor is 35, price per hour for tractor is 125, price per hour for large loaders 150. All right, that concludes that one. And is there any board and commission vacancies that anybody wants to take up at this time?
Yeah, I'd like to reappoint Charlie Hall to the Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority. Is it your turn?
Yeah, a motion on the floor in a second. Any discussion on the motion?
He's a hard worker.
He is.
He is a hard
Very
worker.
meticulous. He spends a lot of time in volunteering his knowledge and commitment to this county.
Well, he likes numbers too. though.
He is. He is a good numbers cruncher.
Yeah.
Good analyst. He was good for the Ambulance Authority Board when he was first on there, and now with the Transit Authority. So we got a jewel there if we can keep
And
it.
involved.
And involved, yeah.
Motion on the floor in a second. And we had discussion. So
We did. So now we're ready to vote. That's
Yeah.
the next thing you gotta ask
Well,
for.
I'm taking my time here a little bit. Right.
You want me to call for the question?
All in favor? Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right. Sheriff, we ready to go? It's about time y'all catch up to Dan Delier. All right, let's go. Next on our agenda is presentation of service weapon to Berkeley County Sheriff's Department retired Sergeant Colleen Thompson.
She looks awful young to be retired.
I married Colleen, her husband Jim, and Colleen's father with us, and family and friends. Thank you for coming here today. And a very proud moment of the department. Actually, you know, this is one of my first, and not only am I very proud, but it's a sad one as well. Someone with such dedicated service for over 20 years. I'm counting her military service, so it's an honor for me to be able to stand in front of you and be able to talk about her a little bit, and also present her with her service. Traditionally, when honoring a retiree in the front of the council, a list of professional accomplishments are recited and the individuals recognized for their service to the county. However, it would be very remiss of me not to speak about all the other elements involving Sergeant Colleen K. Thompson. Colleen was born right here in Berkeley County and was a graduate of Martinsburg High School. Shortly after graduating high school, she joined the United States Army and served her country as a reserve for 8 years. Although she successfully completed her service to the nation's military, her calling to serve the public did not end with a simple DD-214 military form. Just 1 month after the attack on our nation at the World Trade Center, Colleen again wished to serve and with the Berkeley County Sheriff's Office. Ultimately, she started her career with us on February 11th of 2002 and graduated from the 115th Basic Class of the West Virginia State Police Academy. After marching the X at her academy graduation in September 2002, she returned to our offices and was assigned to the Patrol Division to work on Sergeant Copenhaver's shift. She successfully completed her field training and was released to work as a single road unit in January 2003. Colleen worked as patrol deputy until 2007, where she was assigned to the courthouse to serve as a bailiff. There she worked with her twin brother, Kobe, where the two excelled in their positions. It was during this assignment she was selected as the department's 2008 Officer of the Year. Based in part on her exemplary work as the first line supervisor of the courthouse staff,
In November of 2013, Colleen was promoted to the rank of corporal and continued as the supervisor of the courthouse bailiffs. In early 2017, she was called upon by this agency to assist in supervising a patrol shift and was assigned to Lieutenant Gardner, now Captain Gardner's rotation. She quickly adjusted to the duty assignment, although a short time later she was selected as the first female investigator in the department's Criminal Investigation Division. During her time with CID, she served as the department's representative to the area's multidisciplinary investigative team, which in a unit comprised of a vast array of professionals to best combat child crimes. It was during this time that she received Distinguished Officer Award from the United States Attorney's Office for an exemplary job on a case involving the aforementioned. Ultimately, Colleen finished her career as the department's evidence custodian, where she was directly responsible for the care and custody of all evidentiary items recovered by our deputies. Colleen shined here too, in this position as well, although she tested and earned the promotion of lieutenant. She elected to decline the promotion so she could continue her work as the evidence custodian. As I stated earlier in my opening, there's so much more about Colleen than just the uniform that she wore and the duties that I just read. Colleen was a very active member of the Berkeley County Sheriff's Department Association, the Deputies Association, and was instrumental each year in providing gifts to low-income families during the annual Shop with a Cop campaign. Colleen was also engaged in many other civic programs, namely as a mentor in the JUMP program, whereas a perfect example of such a program is the seasonal decorative bench corner area of the front of the Berkeley County Sheriff's Office that you see from time to time. That was her and the young minds that she mentors idea and program, which now I guess I got to do on my own now, but I can't speak to all the accomplishments of Colleen during her 20-year career, but it all culminated to her standing in front of us today. Effective July 15th, 2022, she retired from our department. However, she is still serving our citizens as a court security officer at the federal courthouse. Although she is no longer wearing our uniform, her service continues to our community, and she will always be a member of our storied history at the Berkeley County Sheriff's Department, as well as a permanent member of the Blue Line family. As it says in the good book, Isaiah chapter 6, verse 8, when the Lord called upon a volunteer serviceman, Isaiah said, "Here I am, send me." I would like to thank Colleen personally for answering that call for service. Secondly, congratulations, and we wish you the best of luck in all your future endeavors. Present to you your uniform badge and your wallet.
Thank you.
Just get ready to ask you, Sheriff, you needed a drink of water or something while you're going through that.
I definitely had to take a breath or two. I ask that you all stand just briefly with me as I recognize another person in the room. In law enforcement, men and women who are often the only resemblance of hope and justice to our citizens in the presence of crime, are often referred to as heroes by their community and those who risk their lives every day to protect our community and make it a better place than they saw it yesterday. What is equally true is that a law enforcement officer cannot conduct themselves in such a manner nor deal with the hardships that come along with the career of a law enforcement officer. Working long hours due to the child-involved abuse case you got during the last hour of your shift, the high-speed pursuit that went through 3 counties or 3 states, the shooting investigation that had to be conducted on an innocent bystander by a criminal act of disregard, the fatal traffic accident where the officer found themselves explaining to the parents of the deceased the answer why, or an officer-involved shooting where life and death weighed in the balance within split-second decisions, all of which weighs heavily and causes a tremendous physical and emotional toll. It is through a strong marriage that rarely has 2 strong people at the same time, but more so is the dedication of a husband and his wife that takes turns in being strong for each other in moments of weakness of one another. Jim, the service you have provided for your wife in order for her to conduct herself professionally and perform her duties each and every day is beyond measure in terms of what it has meant to us, and even more so, how much I assume it has meant to Colleen. I want to personally thank you for supporting her throughout her career, but most importantly, supporting her in her times of need and helping her deal with the evils of the world that she had to encounter nearly on a daily basis. And thank you simply is not enough. So please accept this letter on my behalf and on behalf of the Berkeley County Sheriff's Department for a job well done, for your unseen and often unspoken service to your community. Thank you. We would like to offer the family of Ms. Thompson and those that have stopped by to visit with her that we do have a small amount of food and refreshments over at the Sheriff's Office in case anybody wants to join us. Thank you again for allowing us to do this in front of you today. Appreciate it.
Sure thing. Any of the family members want to say anything on Colleen? Or Colleen, you want to say anything?
I want to say thank you to everybody for showing up. The hell of a ride for 20 years. I'm glad that I got to do it with all you guys. Jarrett, especially Jarrett. I have a picture that I'll put up. I have a picture of me and Jarrett at our graduation. We were so young. So young. This is not goodbye to any of y'all. I'll be in and stop in. You'll always be family. And thank you guys so much. And my dad for standing by me through everything. I couldn't have made it this far without him. Or my mom watching the kids on the alternating shifts. Just everything. My husband, especially for that. Thank you guys. My kids, they were so young when I did this, 3 and 7. So that's the only life they know too, with the uniform. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate everything. Thank you, guys. Does this mean I can still tell my mom? Retired. Thank you again.
And yeah, we're going to take a break and do pictures. Anybody else want to say anything?
Robbie, I love you. Thank you.
I really appreciate Sheriff Ford being here. I think he'd like to say it.
I'll just say this is one hell of a woman. And I'm so blessed.
The other thing, real quick, Colleen, I understand you outshoot him as well.
Jones and the other Jones, Jarrett Jones and Chad Jones, for all the help on the range. That's for sure.
I had the distinct honor of hiring Colleen.
Yep.
Yep, and doing her background when I was captain here. I knew her before, and she overcame a lot of obstacles to be where she was today. I'm not going to go into those. She knows what they are, but I knew her and knew what was in here and in here, and knew that she would make a good police officer. So I was honored to be a part of that process. I was also honored to have her work for me part-time in investigations. And soon after we had hired her, we needed a female to go in on a prostitution ring that we were working on. So she was fairly green, and I wired her up and then sent her into the Berkeley Plaza where they were doing prostitution, and Gary Harmison and I was monitoring the wire, and she was supposed to go in and apply for a job. But like
That's a heck of
5
an
minutes
interview,
later,
Sheriff.
she's still talking to him and getting us unbelievable amounts of information on the operation, what they're doing with the funds and everything else. Well, they hired her on the spot, which is a contingency that we did not even talk about. So I'm out in the CID van, and I'm like, God, what are we going to do now? So she's on the monitor, and she's like, Casey, I'm getting naked. And I said, oh my God, I gotta go rescue her. So I run in, pretend to be her boyfriend, go in, act like I'm all ticked off at her and get her out of the place and stuff, and send her home to get a shower. Because she needed one, and so did I.
That was only 2 weeks in with the sheriff's money.
And she never turned in the money she made that day. And
No, you got me out. But remember, we went back to the station and called back in to say, I'm sorry that my distraught boyfriend was so mean to you guys. Do I still have a position? And they said yes, but then we went and busted them. But I did say I'm out, and that lady said, you did such a good job, he left you a $50 tip. And I even said, am I allowed to keep my tips? And they said no.
So we had a lot of good times, and she did a lot of good work for me, investigations, and always a lot of fun too. Work hard, play hard. That was always our rule.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff,
Other thing I would like to thank retired Captain Richmond. Because when I was on the road, nobody wanted the female. The only female there besides Sheriff Keller. Nobody wanted the female. Nobody wanted to train the female. None of that. And Captain Richmond took me under his wing and put me on the ship, and the rest is history.
Well, it would be kind of hard to top the last and your first. So I don't know if I'd want that either. So.
We'll leave that story hanging for
well, real quick, Sheriff, I can't top your story, but I don't have a story to tell, but I would like to say one thing about Colleen. It doesn't matter where you see her, how often you see her. She's always smiling. She's always laughing. You could hear her laughter at the other end of the courthouse, right? Judicial Center. So I don't think I've ever been around someone that's always so happy, and I've never seen you not happy, nor have I heard that you weren't happy. So
I have my days.
yeah, so
Try living with her.
yeah. Well, we don't. That's why I said we don't hear those stories.
Well, the mic's open if you want to come on.
You guys might call child protective.
Anyone else?
I'd like to personally thank you, for your service to our community. You're always professional, and our folks in this community appreciate your service, and I do too.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
It sounds like the stories that they could tell are marvelous, but just my thanks to you.
Thank you so much.
You don't want him to start telling stories.
I've been seeing him quite a lot here lately.
Yeah.
Sitting on the back of the truck,
Truck.
right out in the
Goodness.
road
He's
there.
not sitting, he's working, and it's all been a lot of news.
And yesterday I was setting when he saw me. I just couldn't. The Tylenol hadn't kicked in enough for me. I think I have early onset rigor mortis. So.
All right, and real quick, I know we got a long day here, so we won't be able to join you for your celebration over at the Sheriff's Department, but this time we'll take a break for photos. All right, we're back in session. Next on our agenda is Nick Deal, Executive Director of Eastern West Virginia Regional Airport, supplemental funding needs. So,
Mr.
Deal.
President, just as a reminder, we do have a public hearing 11:15.
Okay, all right. All right, so, and I look for that public hearing to be really short too, so, anyway, we invite you here to tell us a little bit more about some funding that you've, that we know about, let's put it that way. And, so tell us what I think it was the playground and the birthday of the airport, right?
Our 100th birthday celebration next year, yes.
Okay, tell us,
All right.
sell it to us.
All right. Thank you all very much for having me today. As I've told you before, we've had a good run of it, and it has been directly as a result of the support of the county council and the support of Alan Davis and his staff. And we certainly appreciate that always. So thank you all very much for your continued support. We have been looking at some ideas to bring the community out to the airport. We wanted to be able to make sure that the community knows it. We got right here in Berkeley County, we have the largest airfield in the state of West Virginia with the most based aircraft, and we're the second busiest airport in the state. I can give you a long list of things that's pretty neat about our airport. And one of the things we don't have out there is something for kids to do. And we thought about an educational park that would include some equipment for kids to be able to play on. And so I gave you guys I think everybody should have some pictures of what that first piece would look like. That is part of a larger picture. We'd ultimately like to have a pavilion in that location, and it's going to be beside the terminal. So I'd like to have a pavilion there and some other things to be able to attract community members out to the airport and to be able to utilize the airport themselves while they're watching airplanes fly. And so this is something that we have been working on for several years, and this would be a huge start if we could have some funding for this initial piece. We have been working with a company that actually locked in the price for us a year ago, and I was very surprised to see they were still ready to honor that price, because that's unusual in this stage, you guys know. And so we're requesting some funding for that, and in addition to that, and also it's going to be, as we grow this out, I think it's going to be a nice addition. I can see a lot of partnership opportunities with Parks and Rec and with some other folks in the community to be able to utilize the space. And then the other thing we have is we have our 100-year celebration of the airport next year. We're going to be doing some things to educate folks on the history of the airport throughout the year, and it's all going to culminate in an air show featuring aircraft from the very beginning all the way up to current in August of 2023. It'll be August 26, 27, 2023. And so it'll be a 2-day show, same show both days. And we anticipate there'll be between 50 and 60,000 people there.
I was going to say, do you have a track record of prove to let everybody prove to us that you're capable of putting on a show like that?
Yes, I do. I'll tell you the abbreviated version. When I arrived here in January 2005, I was voluntold to organize the first air show that we did here back in 2005, having no experience with airplanes or other than riding in one, or airports or air shows, but I did have a background in fundraising and event planning. And so we grew that over the course of several shows. We had a total of 6 shows, and I was either the organizer or instrumental in each one of those. And so if you came out to any of those, you saw some of that. This one would be back on the civilian side of the field, which I think is a nice venue there. We have some grass, and it's going to be a little more casual than when you have it on the guard side. We love the guard side too, but it's all asphalt, and it's very regimented as to what we do there.
It just takes for a little bit different to work it out over there.
It'll be a little different. That's exactly right. But this show, we think, is going to be not only a way to exhibit what we have there at the airport, but it's also going to be a great opening for folks to come to our community and see what we have to offer here. usually about half of the people that come to a show like this are going to be from out of state based on the last 6 air shows that we did. And we think that that's an opportunity to really showcase the area and certainly showcase the Eastern West Virginia Regional Airport.
So this would be on the terminal side, right around the terminal in that area?
Yes, sir. Actually, everybody the main entrance would actually be over on Novak Drive side.
Okay,
Where we had our event on the
Okay.
event on the 3rd. That would all be parking, and there'd be the main gate would be there. There'd be other gates around depending on where they were going on the field, but that
but
would
in
be the
order to
primary
see the
gate.
planes and all that stuff,
So the show line will be, so if you can imagine the line between the terminal and our admin building over on Pilot Way there, that's the show line, right kind of at the top of the old north-south runway. My name Jim will be familiar with that. And it's the same, if you did come to the early shows in 05, 06, and 08, that's where the show line was. It's right there. So it'll go all the way across the old north-south, all the way across that whole area there. So it's a wider part of the airport anyway, so more people can get right on the line and be able to get a good view of the show.
good. How much you thinking that show's gonna be?
Well, we're anticipating, our budget's probably going to be about $300,000 for that show. We would like to request as much of that as you'd like to give us. You can start the bidding at 150.
You're not shy, are you?
No, sir.
Okay.
It is going to be a special event for this community when it comes to the 100th
Well,
birthday.
the last event that was put on out there was quite memorable.
And
We had a good time. Yeah.
Yeah.
This will be along those same lines.
And I'd like to say publicly, you did a very good job with that. And not
Thank you
only
very
did
much.
you do a good job with it, but you seemed pretty calm most of the time. Especially in the beginning, because in the beginning, that you gotta have everything organized, and you had a team put together that were doing things so that you weren't trying to do everything yourself.
Right, and it's certainly a team approach. It's when
Right.
you're doing an event that large, you got to have a team. We had great support. We had a lot of community volunteers, and it was a fun event all the way around.
And I agree, but it takes somebody in the beginning to put all that together and organize those teams and make sure everybody understands and clear on what they're doing, and you did a very good job of that.
Thank you very much.
As for this this educational center, there's additional things that have to happen with this that the airport's going to have to pay for. There's some clearing of some trees, a whole bunch of growth on the one side that's got to be cleared out so that this is the better sight line to the runway as well.
I assume there's some fencing involved, that sort of thing.
I don't think
Yeah, this one there won't be. There will be for some of the rest of it, but or it'll be us fixing up the fencing that we have. Some of the fencing we have is kind of in the trees already, and people don't see that. But it's sometimes we have like tree limbs that fall over or whatever, and so we're going to need to make that nice again once we clear all those trees out. So it's a better. Not only is it a better line of sight, but also it's a very clear delineation between on-field activities.
So, on the educational center, I just had when I seen this, it was like, what about putting an old plane and old helicopter out there and let them really play in the real one,
Well-
I know it's always got to do with safety, but
Used to be one at War Memorial.
is that right?
Yes, there was.
I didn't know
There was
that.
an old,
I don't know what it was, but it was silver.
a lot of these commemorative air forces, when you used to see we have a real nice F-86 out at the entrance to the Air Guard.
Right.
Some of these historic plane enthusiasts have been buying them off the pedestals in front of Air Force bases and rebuilding them to fly them again.
Is that
Wow.
right?
Mm-hmm.
But
So they're becoming
right.
more of a very rare commodity to be able to put them out for the now. You get the general aviation. I mean, they're everywhere, but the military stuff is very sought after.
Yeah, there's actually, I don't know if you've ever seen the one down Myrtle Beach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they have several military aircraft out
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, that would actually be neat. And we've got several aircraft that were at the field back in the 20s and 30s and 40s. That if we could find one of those, that would be really nice to get.
I'm just thinking, I mean, I
Yeah.
think that'd be cool as crap.
It really would
It's,
be.
You know, because you could put down a rubber like runway and set the plane on. You could all kinds of crazy
Well,
stuff.
and yeah, interestingly enough, that phase 2 of this project that you all saw the first part of would be actually a rubberized running surface that looks like a runway.
Right.
And so kids can know where where they are, and they'll have the longitude and latitude and all the other
I was
things.
just thinking, I mean, you could
But-
turn the stick, you could pull back on the stick,
Yep.
you could do all kinds of stuff. For the slide, you put a emergency exit out the side,
Yeah, that would be really neat.
just something like that.
We can, yeah, and we have some, well, the aircraft that we have that we're trying to have removed from the airport aren't very pretty, but we can
I
find
can
one
help
of
with
those.
that, if that's the issue.
Yeah.
I can help with that.
What's that?
Oh,
He said they're not very pretty. Is that what you said?
Yeah, we have some that aren't very
We can make
pretty.
them pretty. That's easy. I can't make them fly, but I can make them pretty.
You know what, you bring up a good point. Well, and that's actually not a bad thought.
Yeah.
We're in the process of doing something with a couple of them anyway. So I'm going to check on that. They wouldn't be super old, but they'd be.
Be neat.
We
The
could
kid doesn't
easily.
care. It's old to the kid.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, all those planes are going to be old kids.
All right. Anybody have any questions for Nick? All right. All right. So, are you looking to make any decisions, or you just wanted him to
No,
come
sir,
in?
you asked for Nick to come in,
Mhm.
discuss the needs. Next week, and you asked me to put it on the agenda every week for the next
Right.
2 or 3 or 4 weeks. Next week, you have some further discussion. It probably won't be until the end of September that you council kind of prioritizes and makes any decisions.
All right, and then I guess the just put some thought in that.
Yeah, I actually like that idea. I'm gonna, well, and there's one aircraft in particular that we're gonna have removed from the field because it no longer flies, and the previous owner has passed away, I think. And we might be able to take that and have the outside of it refurbished and take the parts out of it.
Right. I think kids would like that a lot more,
Yeah. I
even
like that
adults.
idea. I think I'd like that.
All right, Nick, thank you.
Thank you guys very
Thanks for
much.
doing a good job.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Davis, you wanna, we'll go ahead and get started on the public hearing. You bring us up to speed, and then we'll be able to, get any background that we need and see if there's anybody who wants to comment.
Yes, sir. As the council is aware, on Thursday, June the 30th, you conducted 2 separate public hearings to gather constituent input on proposed ambulance fee increases. Those increases and the vast majority of those that spoke at the public hearing, as you're aware, was in support of the fees. However, many of those that spoke in favor of the increases also requested that you look at some type of commercial fee to be considered for businesses. Upon adoption of the fee increases on July 7th, 2022, you requested that Brian Costello and his staff look at some type of commercial fee structure, which they presented to you for discussion on August the 4th, 2022. At that time, the council directed me to schedule a public hearing. For today, we actually have 2 public hearings scheduled. For today, one at 11:15 a.m., one at 6 p.m., to again gather constituent comments on the possible implementation of a separate ambulance fee structure for commercial non-residential customers. We did place a Class 1 legal ad in the Martinsburg Journal. That ad appeared on Wednesday, August the 24th, 2022. We do have certification publication on file. As part of that notice, it stated that the council will accept comments orally and in writing at the September 1st public hearings, and that we would also take any type of written comments prior to the public hearing. We have not received any comments either orally in writing prior to today's hearing.
Okay. All right, I'd like to go ahead and have a motion to open the public hearing. I'll do that.
So
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, the motion carries. We are in an open public hearing. Director Costello, you have a presentation for us?
This is actually just a little bit of review with some minor update from the previous update we had given you. As you can see here, when we started this task, we've asked ourselves the question, what exactly is the goal of the county council, and kind of gave our brief is to reduce the amount of encumbrance on our homeowners and funding public safety, specifically in this case, the emergency ambulance service. So we kind of adopted an overall mission for that, which was, how do we structure a commercial billing system that's fair and equitable based on set parameters? It's structured in a way to recover the revenues lost through homeowner fee reduction and ending in a cost-effective implementation and is sustainable for years to come. So these are some of the things that we have done so far. We've met with the county IT department. They provided us information that had over 17,000 data points. We call data points might be an address. And then we had to back out District 6, Martinsburg, of course, leaving us around 10,000. We've backed out vacant lots, empty lots, unique living units that we believe have already been captured in our database under residential units, and you'll see some of those here later. Left us with about 3,272 data points. We liaisoned with the county assessor's office to make sure that, basically what they were seeing and what we were seeing were similar. They came back with a number around 1,800, but we continue to work the challenge. We queried the Secretary of State's website for business licenses in Berkeley County with much of the 12,526 that we saw coming in the city limits. The one thing that to be noted there is in those licensures, you're talking about S Corps, LLCs. If I were to start an LLC to put a retirement into, that would show up as a business LLC. Is that truly a business? Is that something that we want to assess this fee to? So there's still a lot of questions that we need to look at and answer. And here's some of the brainstorm things that we looked at on this and how we build this structure. Do we look at occupancy versus employee count? Do we do it versus square footage? Home-based businesses, churches, lodges, should they be exonerated? What will be the exoneration criteria? How will any of this be reflected in our ordinance? Because that's a big thing. As you know, someone will come forward and challenge the legality of this, we do believe. One of the big things that my operations manager, who's currently in Bermuda, she said she would call in but preferred not to, is proof of ownership and validation. As we know, in the household side is really easy. Someone comes in and says, hey, I don't own this. We look at the deed that's on file with the assessor's office in real time and say, either yes, you're right, you sold it. We look at a HUD-1 that maybe says they've sold it recently. But if the deed is in their name, we're saying, look, you need to go to the assessor's office, update your deed, and then we will make sure that that comes out of your name and that we bill the correct person. In this case, we just don't know, because in the time frame from the time we get the information to that, you could have 2 years and a business change hands multiple times. So those are some challenges we're looking at. One of the things suggested is that this billing for commercial structure, should it happen, be done on a calendar year versus physical year. That way it gives some time for people to recoup instead of coming in and getting hammered with these taxes and fees and things of that all together. We give them time to recoup some of that stuff. And then the new thing there is, what does a plan B look like? If what I propose here on the preliminary, and we're going to kind of give you what came back as a plan B as well. So This is some of the call data that we looked at. As you can see by those numbers, our business, public facilities, and healthcare industry take up about, at that time, about 15%. And that's on the rise. We have nursing homes, we have med expresses that actually build 911 into their patient treatment protocol. Is that if we do A, B, C, D, E for this patient without any positive result, well, F is to call 911. But yet they have no investment as that being part of their business model. So those are some of the things that we look at as well. The numbers for the following year of 2021, and then we looked at the first 3 quarters of our 2022 year because we're still consolidating data, and you can see that that number did increase significantly from about 5% to almost 8% being utilized by our businesses. Healthcare is still at that 5%. Public buildings about 325. So it's definitely being used. And this was our preliminary stab at a commercial fee structure that we did. It's based off a 7-tier system, much like the fire board's commercial side. It deals with square footage. I think dollar amounts aren't significant at this point because that's something that needs to be discussed. But then we get into the number of employees versus occupancy. And occupancy of a building could be, you know, thousands of folks, but maybe you have a 30,000 square foot warehouse that only has 5 employees. You know, whatever, they may be a pick type business or whatever. We included an employee modifier that if, you know, if they raise above the minimum, maybe you add additional charges to that because the potential of tasking your system goes up, as well as the opportunity if they are a business that doesn't have that large number of employees, maybe they can receive a reduction as well. One of the things that we walked away with is this is just a task at it. We're going to have to sit down and figure out how we narrow this down and get to something that works for you guys, and we were really looking for input from the public. So this was not available on the original briefing, what we call our option B or plan B, and we're calling that common descriptions. There were 88 common descriptions provided in those almost 17,000 data points that could be used in a fee determination, and that equaled about 2,323 accounts. And I know this is hard to see for you guys, but you have, for instance, they have active farms listed. There's 1,281 active farms listed on there. Do you create a fee structure that says, okay, any active farm is set at this rate? This is much like what you may see in our nearby county with public utility boards. They determine if a restaurant is this size, they could use XYZ gallons of water, and we set a rate at this. So this is possible too, that we could look at like items. But then again, you get into, say, daycare. I know when I was a kid, all of us young kids went to grandma's house and she cared for all of us, but she was not a registered daycare. Maybe the lady down the street is a registered daycare. So there's a lot of questions about that. There's the additional part of that 88. And these were 13 exclusions that we pulled out, totaling 3,153 accounts, because we believe the ones that were bolded there are residential accounts. Based on the sampling that we took, these accounts were already in our system on the residential side. But then we have things that nobody could really figure out what it was, auxiliary improvements. Is that a roadway? Is that a building? Is it a structure? We really couldn't figure that out. You had one research and development facility. We had 1,578 residential vacant lots. Now, those you could see because a lot of them had cardinal point or something that would identify them as structures that will be built out at some point. Utility vacant land, vacant commercial land, vacant exempt, and vacant industrial land. If there's nothing there, do you just, fee for the dirt? That was questioned as well. So that's what we've got so far, a good starting point. Like I said, I think the discussion was originally that they would like to see us create something that would initially generate enough revenue that we could ultimately extend a refund or a reduced household fee to those folks on the Homestead Act. Working with Councilman Gokenhour, he has said that's about 7,500 accounts, so we kind of go through, okay, here's the dollar amount you could potentially look at recovering. You're going to need a person to manage this. There's going to need to be software upgrades to our system because our new system that we just built isn't prepared for that. So we figured we can find something that covers those costs. Maybe the first year we go in the hole doing this, but that's a start. How it grows from there, well, nobody knows at this point, but that's where we're at. Much of my team is out on vacation doing things other than my chief and deputy chief sitting behind me right now, but subject to any questions, comments, I'm available.
Anybody have any questions for Brian at this time?
I do. What if if I own rental property, all of those bills come to me.
Yes, sir.
If I own a commercial business where I own commercial rental property,
Yeah.
say it's an acre sized building, 44,000 square foot. Does that bill come to me as having a warehouse, or is that bill going to the LLC that operates the business that rents it?
I think what you do in that case, let's, for practical purposes, let's look at the commons. I think what you would do would be bill the managing company of the commons, and it would be up to the commons, just like you would an apartment complex. One that comes to mind would be managed by Margolis LLC. You would bill the LLC, and how they recoup that money from their tenants is on them. We have no say in that matter. And I think you would do the same thing. You would, if it was a Tangier or your business, as you would say, that would come to you, and how you break that fee up over the various people that you have renting your space, that would be up
But
to
then
you.
so what you're saying is it's gonna be up to me as the property owner to determine what the fee is, because I have to look at what the tenant's gonna use and how many people are going to be in the building, how it's going to be occupied, in order to know what the fee is.
And then we get into another piece of that puzzle, is it would be up to us to reach out to you as that managing partner and say, okay, you have this large, what they determine to be a super retail facility, okay, in this case. We have no clue what's there, but we would ask for an attestation letter from you that says, hey, at any time of day or between these hours of day, we estimate that we have 200 employees throughout this super regional facility here. And we would base the initial fee off of that. That's my guess on that piece. Now, like I said, how you would recover from a Dick's or a Target or a Logan's, how you, as the managing partner of that, determine who pays for what. I think we look at the overall square footage and make an assessment off the employee count. How you determine to recover what percentages from who would be.
Right, so I mean, if I'm going to lease that space for a warehouse, and they're gonna have a dozen people in there loading trucks or whatever, then I mean, it sounds to me like if there's not a clear-cut conversation or something that's clear on documentation, that I need to go to contact your office before I can even give them a lease amount and say, what are you going to charge me if this is the scenario?
I think the part of your presentation has a large breakdown of different categories. That was option B or option 2 or something,
Yes,
right?
it does. And like I said, we could break, if you go with the option B, you can take like items, warehouses, for instance, 800,000 versus a 30,000.
Right.
And you could sit there and say, okay, it is anticipated that a 30,000 square foot warehouse would do A, B, and C, and their fee, we'll just throw a number, $100.
Right.
But the $800,000 big box logistical facility, we can expect this, and maybe yours is one out there is $1,000. How you guys recover whatever that is, that's totally up to you. If I think what you won't see people coming to you telling you what they got unless they're getting, hey, I think I'm being overfeed here because I only have 5 employees.
Right.
So that's where we get into that attestation letter, that if somebody, if you're gonna come out and put your name as the owner to say, hey, I'm under the minimum here, or I'm below this, and I would like to have a portion exonerated, you're gonna see those. You're an awful honest business person. You come in and say, hey, you billed me for 200 employees and I have 350. So, you're gonna have that happen.
So wouldn't your situation, Dan, be covered by a triple net lease?
Yeah, but you still have to have this cost. You still have to have the cost of whatever this is. I mean, if you do that, you're either going to add it on and tell your customer that you have to cover whatever the fee is, or you're going to say, yeah, it's all figured in. This is what you're going to, we got the, and say I divide it in half and I'm paying all the utilities on it and I'm paying all the fees on it, I still have to cover that. So is that something that your office would give a letter that says the fee, so that we would have, or whoever it is, would have something to put in a file that says this is what you owe every year because of this parameter, and then obviously you see that the change of use or something and the occupancy goes up, then obviously there's going to be a change in it.
I think what you could do in this case, when you send out that bill, you can include that attestation letter there, that if there's some sort of change, that business owner can look at it and say, yeah, I still fall in these parameters, or no, I'm below or exceed. They fill it out, send it back to us, and then we update our system. And you do that annually, just like anyone that would have a vacation property that would like to have it exonerated, they would have to fill out an exoneration form by September 30th of that year in order to be considered for exoneration by the Ambulance Authority Board. And then if that's done, then of course they get a letter that says, hey, your exoneration request for this property has been honored, and you send them back that. So now they have their copy of the request, because naturally they'll keep it, and then they'll have a copy of the letter from the Ambulance Authority Board saying, hey, yes, you were granted this, or no, you were not.
Well, I think you and your staff have done a good job in such a short period of time of collecting information to try to gather up what direction we would need to go. And then we're here to open the floor to the public if anybody wants to make public comments to get any feedback from them as well.
Yes, sir.
So, everybody all right with that?
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
And you guys have my number. You can reach out anytime when a question pops in your head. Just please, not at 3 a.m.
Do we have a sign-up sheet for today or not?
It's right
Okay.
here, sir.
Okay.
Mr. President, I think it's important to note for the public that no decisions are being made today.
No, this is just a
and
workshop.
Actually, no decisions are going to be made anytime in the near future. That this is the early stages of of a series of workshops to decide if or even when or even if you decide to implement some
Right.
type of work.
Right. Okay, is there anybody here that would like to talk about a potential fee for the commercial side at this time? Okay. Come on, you got to come up to the podium and sign that sheet if you would, and then pass it to me. And state your name for the record and state your concerns. Thank you. I'll let you pronounce your name. All right?
Hi, my name is Sandeep Singh. Just a question, because say if I own multiple businesses under one LLC, would I be paying one fee, or would I be paying based on all the locations?
It'd be different locations, I'm sure.
Okay,
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 but we're early on, right? It wouldn't be based on LLC. There's a lot of things. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brian. That's going to. How many? You said there's 80 some
There's 88
categories.
common descriptions for these things. You say you're running an LLC, that maybe you have restaurants at various locations throughout the county.
correct, yeah, throughout Berkeley
Okay.
County and
So-
different warehouses.
Yeah, each of those would receive a fee based on that specific structure's size.
Okay, so we broken out the
That's
different.
where we're at now.
Gotcha. It's okay. The other question was,
Uh,
we'll get back to you on that one.
All right.
Hey, excuse me, sir, excuse me a second. Do you have any suggestions or input that you could share with us?
My thing is basically, because I have, different businesses, and adding the fee to the landlord, I don't know how it'll increase my rent, because, the landlord might say, hey, you know what, there's admin fees behind there, I have to hire a secretary to track down all your numbers, so the invoice fee might be 130, but we might be paying 500 for it, because other costs they'll just put back there too. That's my concern. And what about people that live in Berkeley County and also has a business, small businesses, Can they be exempt for that? Because we're supporting the community, we're putting business in here. Can we kind of be excluded from that somehow?
Well, what we're trying to do is cover the expenses for, right now, the residents for 33 years is covered for the businesses. So what we're looking at is for the business to carry their own weight, right? And believe me, there's a lot of business owners up here, okay? And being able to do that, to soften the burden on the residents. But I understand, you're creating jobs, you're bringing business into the county and stuff like that. But it's not going to be a large fee, all right? It's not going to be a large fee. But it's kind of like a prime example, Eddie. The numbers, and there's some big warehouses in town that's 1 million to 2-3 million square feet, right? And have a huge amount of employees. Well, the call volume to some of those places is pretty substantial. And a lot of these people were people from out of state. They come here to work and not getting billed anything, right? So that's not fair to the residents neither. So we're just trying to make sure we're fair across the board, that's all.
That makes sense, yeah. I agree. If it's by employee-wise, we can calculate turnovers and how much turnovers.
Yeah, and the thing about it is how are we fair? Because it's not like the fireside. Fireside is a lot easier because you're protecting the building, and it's all done by square footage. But here you're protecting the people, right? So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Thanks for being a business owner.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I see Steve in the back. Does he have some thought process on the structure of this that he'd like to add? I'd like to hear his thoughts anyway.
State your name for the record, sir.
Retired. I talked about it with different people, and the homeowners, of course, the seniors and especially the homestead exemption, it's a strain on them for another $50 starting next year. And I agree totally that a business that has 50 calls a year, and I've lived in my residence for 42 years, and the ambulance has been there one time, they should be paying something. And if you can use that to offset some of the costs to particularly the homestead exemption folks, that would be great. So I agree with that 100%.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So,
Motion been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right. I think we go back to Will Lawrenson, fiduciary supervisor, state hearing for the estate of Lawrence Edward Williams.
Good morning, Council. For the estate of Mr. Williams, a decedent who was living in Berkeley County at the time of his passing, the named executor of the copy of the will presented the copy of the will. Not only that, the will lacked a self-proving affidavit, and even before the will's proposed acceptance for here today, the named executor in the copy of the will presented witness depositions of the original witnesses, noting that they were there at the time of the presence of the signing, and the decedent was of sound mind over the age of 18. The will, as is included in your read-ahead, is fully valid under the Code of West Virginia, and as such, I ask the council to accept the copy of the will in solemn form.
All right. Tammy, could you get them to move away from the door, please? All right, I entertain a motion to accept a copy of the will for the estate of Lawrence Edward Williams. And by the way, you have anybody else wants to talk out on this before we do?
No, counsel. So all parties, interested parties have been noticed of this will, and I have received no objections or intentions to speak.
Okay, all right. So we have a motion on the floor. We have a second?
Second.
Second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. You have 54 estate accounts for the month of September.
That is correct, counsel. We have 54 for this month. All 54 are identical to those in your packet included. All the states presented here today have also been published in the Journal newspaper and were published on August 1st, 2022 in accordance with West Virginia law. Furthermore, my office can ensure this council that all relevant parties hereto have been adequately noticed of these estate settlements or have been reported as insolvent, reporting a distribution of no probate assets to heirs or beneficiaries. Specifically, counsel, I believe an interested party, Attorney Bill Hallam, would like to explain some additional facts regarding one of our 54 estates presented for settlement here today, the estate of Harry W. Yo. As this council will recall, this body ruled in favor of the fiduciary commissioner Frank Hill III's finding, essentially accepting the final accounting for this estate's final accounting submitted back in 2016 and required an addendum to said accounting by the sheriff's office. I've provided copies of that addendum, which will be attached to the final settlement of Mr. Yo's estate. My office also mailed out via certified copy, or certified mail, excuse me, copies of the addendum submitted by the Sheriff's Office on February 4th, 2022, and no objections were filed related to that addendum. So without any further talking from me, Mr. Howland, would you like to speak, please?
And Mr. Howell, we usually don't do this on a state account, so I'll give you 3 minutes and we won't have any dialogue back and forth, okay?
I can stay within that limit, I promise you.
Thank you.
My name is William Hallam. I represent Truist Bank, which was formerly Branch Banking and Trust Company. This estate's been before the council twice before. There were 3 lawsuits in the Circuit Court of Berkeley County, a suit in the Northern District of West Virginia, an appeal to the Fourth Circuit, so it needs more of a record than simply being number 54 on a list that gets approved. Harry Yo died in 2003. His will appointed Robert S. Hill Jr. as executor. Mr. Yo, at the time of his death, owned a farm that was larger than 300 acres, I think 335, give or take. Mr. Hill entered into a contract with Yo Properties LLC to sell the property to it for $5.1 million. $900,000 of the purchase price was paid with part of proceeds of a $1.1 million loan made by BB&T to Yo Properties, and then Yo Properties executed a note in favor of the estate for the unpaid balance of $4.2 million. Several years later, there was a $1.7 million payment due to the estate under that $4.2 million note. BB&T lent the Yo Properties the $1.7 million to make the payment, and at that time, the estate and BB&T agreed that BB&T would have a first lien on the property for the $2.8 million that it had lent already, and that the estate's lien for the remaining $2.5 million would be subordinate to the BB&T liens. Enter the Great Recession, and Yo Properties can't make the payments to BB&T or the estate. The heirs file all the lawsuits that I've mentioned earlier. All of those cases got dismissed. So other than knowing the background that we've got a litigious group here, the council doesn't need to be worried about the details of any of those cases. They file a petition to remove Robert Hill as the executor. He resigns in lieu of being removed. And at a hearing in May of 2014, the council appoints the sheriff as the executor de bonis non, if I'm pronouncing my Latin correctly. Robert Hill submits a final report and account. The heirs file exceptions to the report and account, and as Mr. Lawrenson has said, Frank Hill's appointed as fiduciary commissioner to look into all of those things. He concludes that there's no merit to the exceptions and that the final report submitted by Robert Hill is fine in all respects except one. And the one is this. In the interim accountings, Robert Hill had reported this outstanding note from Yo Properties for $2.5 million. In the final accounting, it's not mentioned at all. So Frank Hill says there should be an addendum accounting for this missing note. We were here in October, and as Mr. Lawrenson said, the council approved the report and directed that there be an addendum prepared. I then presented documentation to the sheriff, which showed that in 2014, the property had been sold at a trustee's sale under the BB&T deeds of trust. Notice was given to the estate, notice was given to all of the heirs, and not only that, there was actually an agreement entered into with the estate and the foreclosure trustee and the heirs under which everybody agreed that if the property sold as one parcel, one entire bid, that BB&T would get the first $1.1 million. The property sold for $910,000. So not only did BB&T not get back what it lent, and most of which went to the estate, but there was certainly no surplus available for the estate. So based on that information, the sheriff's addendum proposes that the value of the note be reflected as zero.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hallam. As stated, council, similar to the estate of Mr. Yo, my office can report that no objection, written or otherwise, has been received by my office inhibiting any of these estates from settling today. Barring further present interested parties' objection, I ask this council to consider approving the 54 estate settlement for the month of September.
All right, entertain a motion on the 54 estate accounts for the month of September.
So moved, sir.
Motion been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Have a good day, guys.
You have a couple of state accounts to schedule?
Yes, I do, council. More fun from Estate World, and did I get a date for those two?
Mary Faison Baker, October 6, 2022 at 11 a.m. And Lori Ann Dahm, same day, October 6, 2022 at 11:15 a.m. We already have it on the agenda.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. All right, next on our agenda is Kevin Whitney, Crabtree, Whirlball and Associates, expansion of the Day Report Center, review of the Dunn Building bid. Kevin, it's always good to see you.
I have given you, Kevin provided me earlier this week with a proposed addition for a two-level, two-story addition, and also a three-story addition, as well as some projected cost. Not only is it in your read-ahead, but I also gave you a color printout hard copy on 11 by 17 paper, so you can read a little bit easier. So they have what you provided.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Kevin.
So we have been working with the Day Report Center for several months now on an anticipated addition to their existing facility. Due to significant growth and projected growth into the future, an updated program was established that included a potential two-story addition with 4 meeting rooms, a large meeting/conference room that could also be used for functions as a multi-purpose space, and storage. The current facility is a little slack on storage. The second floor, needed to maximize the second floor as much as possible for additional case manager offices. The current plan shows 21. There's also a requirement for a private staff conference room and a staff lounge. Should be noted that the first floor and the second floor will be separated with control access so that any program participants, if they do need to visit the second floor, they'll be escorted up. It would be either the stair or the elevator, and each of those will be electronically controlled. We looked at several plan options on the site plan. Looking at it as it sits in front of you, you'll see on the left there's some dashed lines where we found that there were some existing utilities, primarily a deep-seated sanitary line, that's closest to the building, and that is a little over 17 feet deep, and that's a natural flow structure. And then just to the left of that is a 36-inch diameter storm line. And then also you'll see there's a rectangle drawn adjacent to South Raleigh Street with a dashed line that travels up and then to the right of the page horizontally. That is an existing force sanitary main that carries with it a 20-foot easement. So that we need to stay clear of that from any building structure 10 feet on each side. We looked at several alternatives in building placements, and to the far right, it seemed cost prohibitive just due to those existing structures. Having to move those would carry a significant cost. We looked at adding to the existing building at the top right. On the top left. It was felt that the building, and especially the entrance, would lose exposure from Raleigh Street at that point. And you'd have to put up a lot of signage and bring people around the building. The selected scheme is the one that's shown. It's a two-phase construction scheme. It's two phases because on the existing waiting area, the existing canopy and entrance is actually on the upper right-hand corner of that space. So we'll have to, with this scheme, we'll have to relocate that vestibule and entrance to keep the building operational and functioning throughout the duration of construction. And then following that, there'll be a perimeter set up to enclose the shown addition. So we.
So you're saying right now, that the vestibule that we have now is, come here for a second, Kevin, please. Is right here. Is that right?
No, the vestibule, yes, I'm sorry, upside down. Yes, right here. And that's the existing entrance canopy right there.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So, based on discussions at our last meeting, the possibilities of future expansion beyond what we're currently proposing was brought up. In it, due to the significant growth of this program and how successful it's been, it felt beneficial to bring to council an option for a third floor that could
Before we
be.
move to the third floor, Tim, can you, and I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
Just so the council understands why we're even looking at a third floor.
Absolutely.
Current participation is at,
Hovering around 320 to 330.
and we're opening the behavioral health,
Licensed behavioral health.
licensed behavioral health center September 1st.
Yes.
Today. Based on and we've talked about the two-story addition. Based on the two-story addition, what do you think the potential increase in participants would be?
A two-story addition would allow us to a little more than double our current capacity. But as we talked about this, it's entirely possible that 5 years from now, we could hit that mark. So the idea of a third level was briefly discussed that could be renovated at any point down the road. And it really makes sense. I mean, if this project is to continue and we put 2 stories on and then we max it out in 5 years, we'd probably kick ourselves if we didn't add a third now.
And right now, the three-story option would be, actually, the second floor would be vacant and the office would be on the 3rd floor. That way, the services could just extend up to the 2nd floor, or the offices could come down 1 floor.
But at 230 in the existing building, we're pretty much at capacity.
330.
Or I'm sorry, 330.
We're real close. As far as staff is concerned, we're at capacity.
Right.
We can house a few more participants, but not many. We're close to capacity right now.
And I mean, if we don't have the programs in place, if we wouldn't have the programs that we have in place, and you've thrown numbers at us before, actually factual numbers, but just pulling it off the top of your head, right now our regional jail bill, we got it down to 1.8, 1.9 our year before. Last year we closed out probably about 2.7.
We budgeted 3. We finished at about 2.7 and change.
Right. So, but if
this community corrections program hit capacity, then all the people that would be being referred to this program on a monthly basis, and we're talking 30 to 50 people a month, would go to ERJ, or just be allowed to live in the community with no treatment, no supervision, continuing down the road that they're on, and that's destructive in and of itself. But the jail bill would pretty quickly
escalate.
Yes.
Right. Well, we said our jail bill without the services we have would be about $6 million a year.
Or more.
Right. It would only climb. And we always said that if we was able to save money in the programs we offer through our recovery services, that would be a plus, because really what we wanted to do was improve the quality of life in our community. Not only for the ones that were using and had the addiction, but for the people that live here as well. So being able to save the money that we are able to save is just makes it a pretty easy situation to make a decision.
It's beneficial for the people, their families, children and wives and husbands who would have lost a family member to incarceration. Now that person is not involved with their children, they're not working. Sometimes people need to be incarcerated, obviously, but by and large, this population of nonviolent offenders who have gotten into legal trouble as a result of an addiction, it's far better to provide treatment and supervision and require that they get clean, give them an opportunity to remain living with their children, engage in services, and get back on track with life.
So if we
and the taxpayers aren't having to pay the bill for them to be in jail.
Right, or paid because they keep stealing for their habits.
Correct.
All right, so let's say out of the 330 people you have in the day report center now, how many people is going to be successful on the information you've been gathering, your history of information you've been gathering?
Define successful.
How many percentage wise? How many people?
Recidivism?
Right.
Our recidivism rate, and I run our numbers every October. So my current number is from last October. I'll be running them again here. Wow. It's 18 between 18 and 20% is our recidivism rate. People who have completed our program and then
reoffended.
Reoffended.
So out of 300,
the national rate, just as a comparison, the national recidivism rate is 65-ish, 70%. So our numbers are really good. program that's proven success.
All right, so out of 330 people in the day report center currently, 270 of them is going to be successful.
That's a good way to look at that, yeah.
We're not going to talk about the ones that don't get through and
Sure.
go back. We're going to talk about the ones that are successful.
Yes,
Which is 270 out of 330, and that's just one cycle.
correct.
Tim, I know we continue to expand services and we continue to expand hours. What's the current hours of operation at our DRC?
Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., Friday 8 to 5, Saturday 7 to 4.
So other than Sunday?
Or 6 days a week.
So there's, go ahead.
The extension service provides you some kind of educational service. Is that included in this for them to expand it or whatever?
Yes, sir. They have folks that are willing to continue to come over to, yeah, the COVID disrupted some of that stuff, but one of the classes that we provide is a nutrition class. A lot of our participants have never been taught how to prepare simple, healthy meals, and Karen from the extension office would come over. She'd bring in the ingredients and bring the supplies, teach the participants each class how to cook a different meal, and she'd actually prepare the food for them and let them eat. They love that class.
So I assume that class requires a stove and sink and refrigerator and that kind of stuff?
Yep.
And that'll be included.
Yes, sir.
So what I was going to say is there's a different thought process, and I agree that it's a great program that we have, and you've done a great job, and it continues to grow. But there's another thought process on this, is that before I answer or say this, is the expansion going to expand the home confinement program as well?
No.
So how many people can we handle?
Let me take that back. If home confinement ended up needing additional office space up there, we would make that happen. But as it stands, I don't believe they need additional space.
So how many people are in home confinement now?
110-ish.
Okay. So I think there's a good argument that would say that 330 people wouldn't be in jail right now because you have a 12-month.
I'm not even factoring in the home confinement numbers.
Right.
That increases this.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
But if you have 330 people in the program right now, those 330 people would probably not receive a 12-month sentence to be in jail. They'd probably be out around 6 months. So half of those would be considered as a jail cost if we're going to calculate half of them as a jail cost, which would be about $2.5 million for half of those to be in the jail. The home confinement would probably be about another 1.25. So we'd have about $3.4 million in increased jail cost if we didn't have this program. Now, when Eddie and I were in Charleston, there was conversations about plans to possibly reduce this jail fee down to about half of what it is, to get it around $20 to $30 a person. So now you're still talking a couple million, plus ours would still be around the 3 million. So you're still talking $4 to $5 million for jail costs if we don't do what we're saying. And I just wanted to point that out because there is conversations that jail cost is going to go down. Legislature's trying to work on that. The biggest thing of all this, and even with the scenario that they're bringing up, it's still going to save money for the county residents. Not only is it going to save taxpayers money, but the amount of lives that we're going to save is going to increase. The amount of families that we save is going to increase. And the amount of people we're going to keep in jobs is going to increase. So I just wanted to break those numbers down a little bit and point that out.
Yeah, and your scheduling was at 12 hours a day, kind of shot my thought process down a little bit. I spoke to Mr. Davis earlier of how can we get more out of this building? How can we extend the use of the building? 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, that's you're getting your money's worth out of that building, there's no doubt about that. So my thought process of rearranging schedules and appointments and all this kind of stuff to get the maximum use out of that structure.
It's done.
It's 12 hours. It's just not,
Needs to be bigger.
it's unreasonable to ask somebody to come there at 2 o'clock in the morning, obviously, to,
It'd be hard to staff it too.
yeah. So I was just looking at a way to extend the use of the building, and it sounds like you've got about every minute of it covered.
Yeah, came a long ways. All right, Kevin. We had to try to make sure we understood why this was necessary.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that is the crux of the problem, and Tim certainly can speak to it a lot better than I can.
I'm still a little hung up on the thought process of creating a space that we're not going to use for possibly 5 years. You know, that part of the third story, I think is the part that I'm a little hung up on.
You know, the problem, the reason why that is because, and Tim and I have had this conversation, part of actually the building committee had this conversation. It's very essential for him to be at the judicial center. There's a lot of traffic goes back and forth, as you can imagine. So if you don't plan to go up now, you can't go out.
No, I understand I understand the thought process. My thought process is just creating a space that we're not going to use.
Yeah.
And you're creating it with the assumption that you're going to need it in the future, you know, off of the track record that we currently have. So.
Oh, we can fill it. It's going to be there for the David Court Center, though, is the plan.
And when we finished 520 South Raleigh Street, if you remember that dedication, we dedicated that building less than 2 years ago. We thought that was going to do us for 5-7 years. Within a year, we had outgrown.
Well, no, I think, we did it. We knew that when that building was done, we had to make plans to go ahead and expand it. We knew that. Only because of how Tim and his staff works. And so the biggest thing is when you got in the 520, you had it filled already from day one, pretty much, right? Because the the judicial center or judicial branch of the government was holding back referrals. They just didn't have the space. So we knew, matter of fact, we even thought we designed it for future growth. But the utilities are something there. But I like this better because it's going to really open it up and keep it open to Raleigh Street. I think that's very important.
I should have opened because a question was asked about the function, how each space is going to function. These are early concept diagrams. I have arranged some furniture in here to give a sense of scale. But we are not to the point yet where we're locating sinks and stoves and things like that. We thought conceptually this was the time to bring this discussion to you and understand what our ultimate goals are moving forward. So,
Is there enough parking there to handle that size of an addition?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I've been by there before and seen that parking lot pretty much full.
It's just a new paved area, but we still have all the parking out there toward Raleigh Street.
What I'm getting at is the county complex in whole is going to really have to look in the future for parking because it's continuing to add square footage and the county itself growing for bigger needs. We're talking about the courthouse addition as well, or renovation, or almost construction, right, Eddie? For the Crawford building. I mean, that's going to add, all these things we're doing are going to add parking.
And this council has been very methodical in purchasing property along Raleigh Street, knowing that there will come a time where we may have to put a parking deck out there.
Mm-hmm.
It connects all the buildings.
Yeah, the parking deck's going to be there to take care of not only our customers, but our employees, and then that opens up real estate that we are now currently using as parking area in the judicial center for way down the road. All right, anybody have any questions for Kevin or Tim?
I guess the direction that we need from the council, number one, do you want us to continue to move forward with this plan? And if so, should we move forward with the intent to do a 2-story or a 3-story addition?
I'm part of the building committee, and I'm gonna say 3-story, because I know it's not gonna take long before he's gonna outgrow the 2-story addition.
Tim, are there services that you would like to provide today that you don't have space or staffing for?
Yes.
And the need for?
Yes.
I mean,
I'd like to become a licensed DUI provider if I had some space. I'd like to offer DIPS if I had some space.
What is that?
Batterers Intervention Prevention Program. Those are 2 additional community corrections programs that we could facilitate. But they require staff and space, and I don't have room for either. So yeah, there are other things we could do. Our juvenile program has gone from nothing to 45 kids. It's going to continue to grow. It's growing rapidly. There's a huge need there that there were never services available,
And this addition may give us the opportunity to segregate and separate the adult and the juvenile programs a little bit more than we have yet. Sure.
And I think you're always conservative on how long it takes to fill something, because knowing you've already got the 2-floor addition, the additional on 2 floors already mapped out, and you could probably fill that space probably within a year, knowing you.
pretty quickly.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the 3-story. Often seen when you put an addition or build a building, it's never big enough when you finish it.
Right.
No, I like the 3-story.
Dan?
And if there's a use for additional, if we have like Eddie and Tim were talking about, if there's additional use for that space, that space can be used, I'm in favor of it.
I consider it a very valuable space that we're going to need. I think about the school system. I'm not comparing the two, but the schools are never big enough for the growth of the kids that we have. So they are limited on how they can build their schools. If I'm not mistaken, they can only build to what this year says they can build to. They can't build for expansion.
Probably limit for decline in population instead of increase. Yeah.
Increase. So I think forward thinking is going to be a whole lot better for us.
I'm looking at you.
Yeah. I think that somewhere along the line, we need to be able to prioritize our dollars. And we have some large renovations and additions that are going to be needed. And I think that we need to be able to prioritize those dollars. And, you know, the gentleman to my left waking up 3 o'clock in the morning concerned about all these projects and those dollars. So I'd like for him to get a good night's sleep so we can he don't have to worry about that.
Let me give him a glass of wine. All right?
Already lost the hair.
So one thing that that you're very proud of in the county of being part of the county government is how this county government has, as a whole, has came a long ways. And I think Mr. Davis will be the first one to tell you that every step that we've made has either generated income, benefited the community, or made the community a better place. And it's kind of like, I'll get off this one. Well, there's things that we're doing here about the recovery services with the day report center. If you don't do it, you're going to pay it somewhere else, right? So you just got to look at, do I want to do bricks and mortar, which we know that Tim's budget is pretty much neutral for the operating side. So it's kind of like the I think it was came in 3.5 million. I think the about my too many numbers for Tim's 520.
20. That's
Right, about $3.5 million, and you opened up a year and a half ago, 2 years, year and a half. It's already paid for itself. It's already paid for the bricks and mortar, $3.5 million in a year and a half. Because if it wouldn't have went to that, we would have been paying it towards the regional jail bill.
And plus today, starting today, he starts his billing.
Right. Exactly. So that's to me, it's kind of like paying your electric bill. Do you make your house more efficient up front, pay less in your electric bill, or do you pay to Mike McGinnis' retirement at Potomac Edison? One or the other you're going to pay. And the one thing is, when you pay it the regional jail bill, it doesn't help your community at all. It doesn't help people to get their lives back together, you know? So to me, that part of it's big. The judicial center, the expansion of Croft building, that's where I like to see extended hours, but that might be hard to do, you know? But with that building there, from an operational side, is pretty much, I think, 8 to 5 operational side, knowing that it takes, you know, they're there earlier, they're there later. But that's a huge building. But you know, but the court system is saying you got to do Crawford building. All right. So there's all kinds of. I understand we got to prioritize, and I think we've done an excellent job at that. But the only thing, the main thing that we have to provide in the county, which takes 80% of our budget, is public safety. You know, there's no way of making public safety pay for itself, as we all know. It's a need, and people expect it. But I'm not disagreeing with you. I just wanted to give that spiel to you. But yeah, I won't disagree. We got to be careful about, you know, prioritizing money. But
and next week we have additional workshop on all these funding requests, and then by the end of September, the intent is to have a workshop where we take all the requests that are before you of about 51 point. Well, actually, it's going to be a little bit more now with the third floor. Roughly $55 million of projects, and look at prioritizing them. A lot of them we've already made a commitment to fund through the American Rescue Plan Act. We already have some of the funds encumbered out of the general fund. We have an RFP on the street now for $20 million of tax-exempt bank qualified funding. One of the things I've added to your sheet today that you didn't have last week is based on that $20 million and 4% interest, which bond counsel seems to think is a little high, what our repayments per quarter would be over 20 years. And then I added an additional box which shows you what our current bond load will be, what our payments will be for the next 5 years, and added that. That's a long way of saying that. Remember that of the roughly $32 million of debt load that we're carrying now, 2/3 of that will be paid off in 2029 in 7 years. And even with the additional payments for the $20 million, because this council's been very, very proactive over the past 5 or 6 or 7 years with some refinancing, our debt service is going to be comparable to, even with the $20 million, comparable to where we were about 10 years ago.
Right.
So
That's in 6 years, 5 years down the road when that money drops off.
well, even before that,
We're talking about
because of the
something
refinancing. I mean, this last bond refinancing that we did, we refinanced 1.66%, which was considerably less than what the previous payments were.
Because this
based on.
council's been very thoughtful and mindful and knew that we could refinance and save millions of dollars a year.
Right.
And we've been so proactive in increasing our rainy day fund because the bond council and the rating bond.
We've had some very, very, very early preliminary discussions with Moody's. They seem to think that we may eke out one upgrade to our bond rating, which would really benefit us. Right. So they're hopeful that we're going to be able to upgrade our bond rating again this year.
Which will be two different steps we've made on the county council side. The only reason we didn't get the one step last time was two reasons: COVID and the state.
State of West Virginia, but now the state of West Virginia's rainy day fund is so robust that will actually benefit us.
Right, and we're through the COVID stuff. And,
right.
You and I had spoke about this, Alan, about the extending out, trying to spread those numbers out to 10 years to be able to see what that debt load's going to look like after that
7 years.
that 2/3 drops off, and I think we're going to be, I think that figure is going to be down at that point down to about what current is.
It will be. And I'll have that by next week. I'll have that 10-year projection for you.
Right, so I think what's gonna happen is we're gonna elevate for the next 5 years, but I think it's gonna drop right back down to where we are currently after that. And that's why I asked to see those numbers, and if we can, I think that definitely looking at those numbers, after the 5 years down the road when that drops off, I think it makes that number a whole lot more palatable.
I agree.
Just a rough ride in between. It's a rough ride in
We
between.
got that 5 years, yeah. Where it
So,
definitely goes up. But
Do I?
3 stories. Eddie?
Yeah, oh yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
One other real quick thing, while Kevin's here, Dunn Building. As the council's aware, we actually started the Dunn Building project in December of 2020, which is now almost 2 years.
Plus, it was actually designed originally in 2005.
It was.
Okay,
yes,
I'm sorry.
When Blue Ridge was
Right.
here. We've met with all the stakeholders. We've come up with a consensus of design, which the council blessed. We put it out for bid. Bids were due on Wednesday, August the 3rd. We actually had 8 different companies that picked up the bid package, but when it was all said and done, we only received one proposal for the master redevelopment of this building. As you can see in your packet, that proposal was received from Cooper Building Services, and their bid was for $9,076,000. Since then, I received correspondence from the chief executive officer of the company. You can see, and I put that in your packet also. I received the email on August the 28th, where he has agreed, or he has offered to sit down with us, and his background is actually as a CPA. He has agreed to sit down with us, if you're agree to it in the next 30 days, to resolve any ambiguity, anything in the documents that they may have questions on. Maybe identify some engineering options that would drive down the overall cost, and actually provide us with updated pricing based on those conversations. that's one option, and would absolutely make sure that the council was involved in that. The other option that we've discussed is,
Pulling out the mechanical.
pulling out the bid altogether, rejecting the bid and putting it back out onto the street.
Plus possibly pull the mechanical out.
Correct. Yeah, we've already identified about $2 million that if we worked on it a little closely in-house, that we could probably eliminate. Kevin, have you had the opportunity to talk to any of the other contractors?
I did. I talked to most of them.
And if you remember when we met with Kevin 2 weeks ago, the building committee, we asked him to reach out to the other 6 or 7 contractors to see why they didn't submit bids.
The overall consensus was that they were over capacity already and didn't have time to undertake another bid.
And I mentioned to the council when we opened this bid, the day that the bids were due, we had 2 contractors in the hall that were on the phone up until 4 o'clock trying to get subcontractors lined up, and they just couldn't get the subs to do the work.
What's the status of county extension?
Some correspondence, is Jack here? Jack's here. Some correspondence back and forth with Mike this week. The drywall, it's framed out. Come on up, Mike. The drywall is the
other Mike.
The other Mike. The drywall's up. You want to? It's moving along well.
Yes,
The big
yes,
thing's windows.
Yes, being held up on doors and windows.
Mike looks just like his brother Jack.
I'm sorry, Jack.
That's all right, that's all right. But yeah, we ran all the power, we ran data, we got the offices the other day. We're just, like I say, waiting on doors and windows. I've got bids on, I talked to Mr. Davis, they're getting bids on flooring and drop ceiling. So I have bids on both of them in-house. So they're just kind of waiting on a green light, but I figure we're gonna mud and paint and all that stuff before we get into that. But,
The bathrooms have been made handicapped accessible.
Yep, we widened the doorway, so there's only a 30-inch doorway in the bathrooms. There was 2 there, we still kept them as 2. We started to put new drywall in them. With, they will have a handicapped toilet and sink. So
We have heating and air conditioning figured out.
Mr. Dawson was there today. We got 2 5-ton units on hand. They will be on the roof.
Okay.
And hopefully we'll have a new roof on that entire building if the clips ever come in this month.
If you haven't been out that way, the building's full of metal and insulation, so we've kind of used up a lot of the space getting ready for this roof project.
So Jack has invited, long story short, Jack has invited Mike and his staff to come out and see where they're at. But we've had pretty regular contact with them, so they know what's going on, because they've been boxing up. They're preparing for the move.
Well, nice to get them out of here, and then you got that space.
Right.
And we have the space downstairs finished now, so that we can move all the data for IT and Gary over there, so that we can really start the renovations once we get to the point of starting it.
Yeah, they was here yesterday and ran conduit and stuff through.
I kind of like the idea of rebidding, and I know I'm not trying to put more work on you, but I think we're in a different place today than we were a couple months ago. I mean, I've personally bid some other projects and seen numbers come in lower on material costs on those projects. I know labor continues to creep up, but I've seen some, and not only that, but with the current interest rate change, I think there's some projects that have dropped right off the grid that were planned. I've seen large contracts that have been removed and walked away from. So, I mean, I think that, you know, within the, if we continue the direction we're going right now, I think within the next couple of months, there's going to be more availability for people to take on additional work.
What kind of a timeline is that to advertise and expect to do?
The specs are done. I think there's some areas in the specs that we want to tighten up a little bit, but they're ready to go.
Well, Mr. Wine is the one that says pull the mechanical out, he can get it done.
Right, so Gary and I would work with Kevin. We could have it back out on the street in 2 or 3 weeks. Kevin?
Yes.
And then how long did they have to bid the project the last time?
Last time we gave them 5 weeks. I think it might be two of the, I spoke with the head of estimating at each of these firms. They just happened to be the people that came to the pre-bid meeting. One of them shared that if the project would have been the beginning to the middle of September, they would have been in a better place to consider it. And another person shared that the end of September into October, things look like they're lightening up with them. And they also offered to have me give them a call and a heads up if
So,
taking it.
yeah, so 5 to 6 weeks to bid it,
Yeah.
2 to 3 weeks to get it back out on the street.
We get it back out in the street second or third week in September, have bids due by the end of October, early November.
I know a business down in Winchester just furloughed 150 people, got rid of them. You know, because they know that what's on the horizon. I also know another company that's a huge company that is restructuring, knowing that they gotta pretty much focus on public jobs. They're pulling out on they're shifting it from so much on the private sector to public. So
Yeah.
they feel it coming.
I think Dan's got a good suggestion. I think that we need to take another look at it.
And time is not of the essence with this building. I mean, it's been a 2-year project, but another couple months isn't going to make a difference.
And I'd like to point out, I'm generally not in favor of doing that, but I really think that right now, at the time that we're in, it's gonna benefit the county to be able to do that.
What factor do you think the election's gonna play in it?
I always play something. The older you get, you realize that too.
In November.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so it sounds like rebid the project.
Okay.
And if it's something we don't want like then you can negotiate with somebody, but I think we need more than one number.
Can do that. Kevin, I'll get with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you all for getting you again.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, next on our agenda is Randy Lilly, Emergency Service Manager, and Fire Chief Marty Roberts, West Virginia Fire Commission requirements.
As the council is aware, we are the first, Berkeley Fire is the very first county fire department in the entire state. We thought that everything had been put in place to the State Fire Commission's satisfaction. 2 or 3 weeks ago, Marty?
Yeah, it
You
was,
had
first
attended a
of-
meeting
first of
and
all-
they've changed some rules. And we seem to think, or Marty seems to think, Marty and Randy seems to think it's because there are other counties across the state that are looking to form their fire departments, and they want to make sure that every fire department, the requirements that they've imposed are consistent across the state with everybody.
And maybe can fit more than just one county too, right?
So,
Well, we had a conversation this morning, there is one county, a neighboring county, that has reached out to the state fire marshal's office inquiring. So they're actually in the process, starting the process. And then there is other counties, so as Mr. Davis was alluding to, they want to refine that process and have it written in writing. Here is the process that everyone has to go through. When we first started this process way back several years ago, as Councilman opened our nose, we were the first ones to do that. We spearheaded that project and getting that rolling, and there was nothing in writing. It had never been, it had never been approached. So we're kind of the, I would say, guinea pigs, as to speak, of going through this process and actually refining it.
All right, so what's some of the requirements?
Well, under the application and review, the commission shall conduct a review of the application in two phases. The first initial documentation review. In this phase, the state fire marshal, together with additional commission staff as may be reasonably required, will review documentation of the basic organizing material for the creation of the new department, including a letter of intent from the organization or local government authority, sign off by appropriate local officials, and a map of the proposed service area. After review of these materials, the state fire marshal will make recommendation to the commission as to whether the commission should grant phase 1 approval and authorize organization to proceed to phase 2. In phase 2, the applying organization shall obtain and present evidence of sufficient staffing, equipment, resources to operate as a local fire department. Upon satisfactory demonstration of compliance with the requirements of the commission may grant approval and certification of the local fire department. How this came about is 1st of August, I was at the State Fire Commission meeting in Cape State Park, right here. So I went, and I was asked by one commissioner, has Berkeley Fire obtained a first due run area? And I'm like, no. There was never been no direction from the commission for Berkeley Fire to do that, because under Chief Guggenheim, the FDID number was awarded to us because of doing hazmat, swift water in Berkeley County. Jefferson County was at that commission meeting in August and is trying to come behind us and do what Berkeley County is doing. This phase was kind of, I guess, skipped. And when they were, the thing is, there's not a whole lot of legislature that says anything in reference to county fire departments.
There's none, right?
That's correct. So the commission, now that Jefferson County has come forward to them and requested, this is the process that all other counties behind Berkeley County will have to go through.
I was going to say, we have our FDID number.
That's correct.
Right?
Yes, sir,
So we are a fire station.
That's correct.
So is this for future things, or is this for
what
something
they are doing is this is moving away from the fire prevention unit to certifying Berkeley Fire as a Berkeley County Fire Department. And that's what will happen with Jefferson County.
The big thing that we need is we have to identify the council or the fire commission. We have to identify first due area, which is something we've never, ever, ever been able to do. So Marty and Randy have a proposal which I support.
So
Is this a product of us getting our certification that the state has drawn up these guidelines so that counties in the future that try to do the same thing will have a guideline to follow?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
what we're talking
Yes,
about?
sir. And I believe this guideline has always been there, which I photocopied a copy of the state Title 87 legislative rules for the State Fire Commission, which if you all would like for Mr. Delegati to look through, he may go through there. And it spells out those phase 1, those phase 2s and so forth, and needing a first due run area. With that being said, I went to Baker Heights. As Councilman Guggenheim knows, there's an area off of Mall Drive, actually a 300 block of Mall Drive. There's a parcel there that is a mobile home park and one structure. And Baker Heights actually has the parcel, the farmette parcel, and 3 houses on the left. If you turn right onto Snap Street, the first 3 houses on the left are actually Baker Heights' first due. Baker Heights on Sunday, had a special membership meeting. And the fire chief, being he was my son, felt that, so there didn't look like that there was any shadiness going on. He called a special membership meeting along with the president, and the membership that was present there at that meeting voted to give that parcel in the 300 block of Mall Drive to Berkeley Fire as their first bid.
And if the council recall, there's, I don't know, we identified them way back when, 5 or 6 or 7 pockets inside the city limits
We had a
that have never been
conversation.
annexed. This is one of those
Yeah, I
pockets
don't-
inside the city that's
I
never
lived there
ever
one
been
time.
annexed
Yeah.
by the city, so they don't claim it.
Right.
Was that, we actually, Doug and I had a conversation about those pockets this morning, actually.
Our 6:30 meeting.
Okay. So the proposal is that we designate that as our first due area for Berkeley Fire.
All right. All right with me.
And I also have the president from Baker Heights here and the fire chief. If you have any questions for them.
I think if what you said wasn't gospel, they would be raising their hands and looking at me, right now. But, no. Okay. So we need a motion on that then.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion on the floor, second. Any discussion on the motion?
Just a quick question. Is there a size requirement for the first run area?
No, sir. According to Ken Tyree, who's the state fire marshal, and the assistant state fire marshal who deals with fire department services. No.
Okay.
Well,
I need a letter from the council in support of this. The next meeting is October 6th, 7th in Morgantown. And if I can have all this put together and submit it to them, it will get placed on
their agenda
for the 6th and 7th.
So we'll have the letter next week.
Hey, Anthony, can you work with Randy and Marty to make sure that they have everything that they need, include the letter? Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Does this require another MOU with the city or?
No.
Works under the existing one?
Yeah, because that area actually currently belongs to Baker Heights, it's not because it belongs to the cities.
Right, but that's what I mean, is the MOU with Baker Heights right now?
The mutual aid.
Huh?
You mean MOU or mutual aid?
Okay.
Yeah, no.
So actually, this is a small ripple effect, due to Baker Heights already servicing in this area. Our career staffing already in Baker Heights, making that other half of the combination department that allowed Baker Heights to have that status within the State Fire Commission was on behalf of Berkeley Fire, personnel career staff, and Baker Heights' volunteer staff. So a Baker Heights fire truck will still be going to service that area along with Baker Heights volunteer members and our career staff.
Which that station's the only one in the county that has 24/7, 365.
Right.
And it's, in the way the requirements is, it had to be, a fire station had to be within that fire service jurisdiction.
Gotcha.
So like, we couldn't like go went to Beddington and said, we want to see if you would give us a piece of run area in Marlev, and then the Baker Heights station, because that's the only 24-hour station. It's out of that
I get it, yeah.
response there.
Right.
I just got one thing, Mr. President. I would like to publicly thank the Baker Heights Fire Department for the cooperation. I mean, this is not something they needed to do, but in their efforts to cooperate with Berkeley Fire is much appreciated to their officers and members.
And I'll echo your thoughts on that, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, and we've been seeing that for a good while now.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. All right, next on our agenda is Stephanie Stout, request for letter of support for unsolicited grant. Tell us a little bit about why you're here, Stephanie, and your vision.
So I'm here today because I wanted to ask the council to support me in something that this county, I think, needs, and also one of my passionate dreams that I have. In 2019, I actually started an LLC, and COVID happened. That went nowhere. Recently, I dissolved that and I started Plugged Inc., doing business as Recuber. A lot of people would say Rec Uber. So one of the reasons that we use that name is because we have a transportation problem, not just here in Berkeley County with getting individuals to detox and treatment, but across the state. And one of the problems with that is we cannot keep drivers, just like our public transportation. And so I was trying to think of an innovative solution that would keep people employed, add some value to the work that's already being done in the county with individuals that are re-entering society from incarceration and individuals in recovery. So I thought, what if you could have a cafe that not only serves food and entertainment and is alcohol free and has activities such as Friday night bands, trivia, different activities for our youth, but also has a place for recovery meetings for our youth, for our priority populations that don't necessarily have meetings in the area, while also providing transportation as on-call employees 1 day a week, and giving resources such as when you think of individuals that are reentering from incarceration, of course, if they go to the Day Report Center, they get a slew of resources. But what about the person that just gets discharged? They're released back into the community with a sheet of paper. That only goes so far. And we know that. We know, just like we used to hear about the hospital releasing people to go to detox and treatment prior to all the efforts that our state's made, that doesn't work. So my passion, my dream is to see these individuals coming to Plugged as that safe space that's going to help empower them to get the education they need, secondary education through James Rumsey, through our local colleges and universities, to help them to find a career path. Because so many people that have been incarcerated that have felony records think that they are not capable of finding a career path. They go into factories and dead-end jobs when that's not the fact of the matter. You know, I was blessed with a second opportunity whenever I was employed by the county council. And I know that if people like you can do that for me, I can do that for people as an employer as well. So I want to make something that works with all of the things we already have existing in the community to provide a more bolsterous addition to what's already going on by filling that gap that we have with our individuals that aren't in the Day Report Center, our individuals that aren't making it to the Recovery Resource Center. Undoubtedly, we will be referring to the Recovery Resource Center, and we will be partnering with East Ridge Health Systems to provide therapy and case management, while also supervising our peers that are working in-house. This will allow for sustainability for us, besides, the revenue we'll generate through the cafe. We'll also be receiving mileage reimbursement for the transportations that are done, and then we'll be allowed to bill with this partnership that we have with East Ridge so that we can receive the revenue from the services given by the peers. And I'm asking for your all support because I know that in our county, we like to make models for the state. And that's what my goal is. My goal is to make this a model for the state, that other places decide to have a place where they are going to be a recovery-friendly employer, not only to support people in their recovery, but for the community, to reduce the stigma against these individuals. to know that you can bring your family into a place where there is no alcohol, you can play pool, you can have a trivia night, and it's going to be safe.
And I've been approached by someone the last couple of nights that says, I'm tired of going to places where there's drinking. I'm tired of being around people that's drinking. This is a recovered alcoholic, and said, I'd like to do something where I don't have to worry about that stuff. All right. And so it is a need. And one of the things that I talk about, which you all know, I did make a trip out to LA and have some very close and dear friends out there. And one of the things that was very, very impressive is something very similar to what Stephanie's talking about, and it's called Homeboy Industries. And it's where a Catholic priest, I believe it was, had the same feelings of that Stephanie has. Why are my children in my community not being accepted in school? So she took care of that problem, and was the kids got going to school, but their school said they don't come to school. That's why they're not accelerating in school. So he figured that problem out and fixed that. And then he turned back around and says, why aren't my people that's graduated from school, why aren't they getting jobs? Right? And so they created the Homeboy Industries to where if you needed it, actually he asked the nuns of the church if they would move out of the second floor so he could be able to put housing in there for the people. And then they started up a restaurant, a bakery, a place to sell shirts and stuff, and they made it to where it was sustainable. And then they even went one step further, because there's a lot of big gangs out in Skid Row in LA, and those people, now there's a doctor on staff, or there was a year ago or 2 years ago, that if you had gang tattoos, they would remove them free. Right? So it was building these people back up to do exactly the same thing of going back in their society and being someone that's, rather than taken from the community or taken from the tax base, they're going to give back, because now they're going to pay income tax. They're going to pay real estate tax. They're going to pay personal property tax. And so it's a great idea. I'll be honest with you. Stephanie has talked to me about it. But not only Stephanie's talked to me about it, the director of the VA Center in Berkeley County is wanting to do the same thing for veterans. Myself and Mayor Knowles has had 2 meetings with him about that, which, he's not far enough to come in front of the county. And I think what you're looking for right now is just a letter of endorsement to be able to apply for a grant that is soon due, if not later this week, but beginning of next week. Or when is it due?
It actually doesn't have a due date, but they're pressing me.
Right.
They've said that they would like to have it in before the end of this week.
And if you don't mind, Stephanie, I would like to say that, and I hope I don't offend you, but and I'm sure I don't, you're a prime example of success, right? You've done so well, and you have your degree, a
Yes,
college
sir.
degree now, and you told me the other day you didn't think you would ever, in 2016, you didn't think you'd ever be where you're at today.
Yes, sir. And you know that you guys empowered me to be where I am. Because when I first came home, I had that sheet of paper. I didn't get connected with any resources. And unfortunately, I relapsed. And I had to go through what I had to go through and get off supervision and worked at the resource center. And had I not had that support, I am 100% sure that I would not be standing before you today. And I want other people to have that support like you guys have given me. I want to be that employer that is working with their schedule so that they can go to a recovery meeting, so that they can attend 3 hours of intensive outpatient 3 times a week and still have a full-time job.
Yeah. All right.
And come out with no physical signs of ever been there.
Absolutely.
All right, I guess the question is in the direction, so because we're gonna have to get a letter, written,
It's in your packet, it's done.
okay, I'm sorry.
Just give the council or adopt the
I gave it to you, didn't
letter of support. Yeah, I have
It's already
it
been
here.
done. You signed it.
Doug, I have it.
you? You signed
Okay, all right,
Give the
sorry.
council president the authority to sign it.
Man, you really making me look bad today.
Sorry.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any more discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right. Thank you.
sir.
I like your confidence.
Thank
Me,
you.
it's strong. It's,
Took time to build that up.
yeah, well, you're doing well.
Mhm.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. I am very sure that 2 years from now, this is going to be something that has really just changed our community.
We appreciate your help on what you're doing and helping us do what we've put together and what Tim does. We appreciate that.
You got anything you want to add, or you jumping up to lead?
I was gonna walk out with her, but Stephanie is a well-respected member of the recovery community, and I love her vision, her passion, and I'm glad she's there.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Stephanie. All right.
I gotta step out and I'll be back.
All right. Next on the agenda is Alan Davis, County Administrator, Anthony Deleghetti, Legal Director, Health Department funding, and everything that we tabled for a couple weeks. Effectiveness of the combined Berkeley County, Morgan County Health Department, and so Mr. Davis, I don't know if there's anything that.
No, at the last formal meeting that you had, when you had discussions about the health department, you had asked me to provide you with some documentation, which is in your read ahead, to include the bylaws, appointments and removal of health board members, who your appointments are and their appointment and expiration date, the county council's financial responsibility, and the Board of Health's power and authority. And I've provided you with all that documentation that's in your read ahead. So that is the direction that you gave us, and that's what we've provided. And
Okay.
I think members of the health board is here to
Yeah.
answer any questions or to give you an update.
All right, Ms. Poland, you're the President of the Board of Health. I know you wanted to speak out a little bit today and tell us a little bit about your progress.
Good afternoon. I think I know everybody here. I'm sorry, Mr. Dewey stepped out. He'll be back. I was going to poke him and remind him that the last time we met was at a property when I was a sanitarian.
Right.
Probably 18 years ago. First of all, Mr. Kearns was going to come and make the presentation today, but he got called away for a funeral. So I am standing in for him. And I just wanted to give you a few updates about things that have been discussed over the past couple of months that have been some questions, some concerns. And we enjoy the opportunity to work with you and get it all out, and so that we're all on the same page, because I really think that that was the issue prior to this. So basically, for those that do know or don't know, Mr. Kearns, Dr. McLaughlin, and myself met with President Copenhaver and Councilman Bokenauer and Mr. Davis on August the 8th to discuss some concerns that the council had with the health department. And I just have some bullet points that were brought up, and I'd like to give you what has been done since then to address those situations. First of all, there was a question about people not answering the phones. I can tell you that at the time we discussed this, Mr. Kearns said that there was a situation probably back in May and June when it's our very, very busy time of the year to renew permits, and we only have so many people to answer the phone, and that was probably the problem, but he checked into it anyway. He addressed it with all the clerical staff,
And he has assured me that there's always at least one person on each side answering the phones at a time. You can't control who calls at the same time, but we do the best that we can. There were some current concerns about the clinical side not being appropriately staffed. As you know, COVID hit us like many other medical facilities, and we basically had a burnout walkout in January. But since that time, in order to fill those positions, it has taken a little bit of time, but we've had to get an approval through the state for an increase in hiring rate for our positions, because literally no nurse wants to work for what the state was saying we could pay. And we have successfully, even since things that have happened since the 8th, we now have a new nurse director. She was hired a week or so ago and has to give her appropriate notice to her previous position, so she will not be starting until October 4th, but she's ready to roll. Mr. Kern said that she has over 30 years experience in being a supervisor to other nurses in various types of facilities, so he's very encouraged about that. There were also some complaints, which, as you know, that's what you hear. You don't get to hear the good things. But the complaints supposedly about how we inspect, evaluate the food service establishments, specifically the word franchises were mentioned. And I know we had a lively conversation about that on the 8th. And I can tell you that this is not a new problem. That when I left the health department, and I was in another county, not Berkeley, but when I left the health department, it was a problem. And so, 17 years now, it's still a problem. What the state has done to address it, because it's not just us. It's not just Berkeley County. When I worked in the other county and the big Lollapalooza thing came around, we were constantly told, you are the toughest place we've been in the entire country. But yet we're just following the rules that are set out by the state. We cannot make up rules. We can't, do whatever we want. I always said to other sanitarians when I was a supervisor, if you can't show somebody in the book where that is, then it's not, it's not okay. Anyway, just to maybe alleviate your concerns some, if you go to Chapter 64 of the Code, 17.7, actually the whole book of 17 is about food service codes, and it's updated much more frequently than it used to. The most recent one was 2019, and in it, it specifically talks about a food establishment advisory board. This was something that they actually created 17, I think, years ago, back when I was still a sanitarian. And I was shocked because some of the rules that they've put in here are actually very reasonable. And they want to work with people, and they want to make it so that, we're not nitpicking, and is it really going to make somebody sick, this or that. But I can tell you that there is a board that meets regularly. If you go to Chapter 16, you can read, I could read it to you, but I don't want to take up your time. But it is a wide variety of different people are on there. Health department employees, people from retail franchise, school lunches, the gamut. And two of those members are two of our sanitarians. So I think, we're right on top of things as far as that goes. Let's see here. I had one other thing. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to jump back to the nursing situation. I'm going to skip. I apologize, skipping around, but I had notes on the back. So besides the nurse director, we have a posting for a nurse 2 position. That's the only one that is still left open. Mr. Kearns said that it's been advertised on the website, in the newspaper, and then he said his procedure is to wait a couple weeks after that goes off to then get the register from the state. we can only hire off the register. So I know with me today is Mary Jane Reinhardt, who is our past chair, and also a nurse, and Kara, who's the head of our sanitarians. But anyway, I remember Mary Jane bringing it up before, well, how are we going to get anybody if people don't know how to apply for this job? So my understanding is that we're doing a lot of local advertising. People can then contact us, and then we tell them this is how you get on the register, because we can't hire somebody just off the street. So that is still being worked on. And Bill said, in the meantime, because I said, well, how are we filling the gaps then, Bill? And he said, well, we have a healthy relationship with both Shepherd University and Blue Ridge Community College, and we have a constant rotation of student nurses and their professor in our clinics, and that really at no charge, but it's a service to them.
How's Morgan County helping you?
As far, Patty, I believe, and you all tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm not there every day. Yeah, Patty, the nurse from Morgan County, is coming over on a regular basis. This is kind of, you say, well, what are we getting out of this relationship? But it goes both ways. I mean, this is a perfect example. We had no nurses at all in Berkeley County, and then Patty came over and filled the gaps. There are only a few state-mandated medical programs. There are 33 state-mandated environmental programs that we have to follow. So you can cut back on the clinical a little bit. Do we want to provide all these wonderful things? Yes. But it's not mandated by law. But to pick that up, to get the mandated by law, the tuberculosis, the vaccinations, immunizations, those types of things, Patty has been helping out. And it's been like that for years, where, there's a shortage in Morgan, we go over there, vice versa. Does that answer your question?
That's just a question.
Sure.
I know in the county, when we were kind of a little bit inundated with plans and everything, we subcontracted out through engineering firms and things like that.
We put an RFQ out for engineering services.
And when you have lack of nurses, are you allowed to contract nurses at a certain fee, or can you pay them with a 1099? And can you?
I do not believe so. What do you think, Mary? Mary Jane was a nurse at the health department for many, many years.
I mean, I'm not trying to circumvent the state's guidelines, but I'm just saying that should be an avenue or something that legislation could look at in our need.
If I were a contract nurse and the health department hired me to come in to do immunizations, sexually transmitted disease, family planning clinics, and I have no background in any of that and have no knowledge about how these clinics work, I'm not going to be very effective.
Mary Jane, come to the podium, please. I'm sorry. Not that I can't hear you, but
We're live streaming.
Yeah,
as a contract nurse, if I were hired to come into the health department to help them, I'm not going to be able to do a lot independently, because there's the immunization clinics, there's the there used to be the sexually transmitted disease. There's so much there that most nurses have never done. And there's a lot of independence with it, but you also have the supervision of the medical director, who is not there all the time. So it's very difficult to hire a contract nurse to come in. Along the lines, it's pretty, I was reading the other day, for a contract nurse right now, if someone is willing to get up and go other places, they can make $250,000 a year.
Oh, yeah.
So in some of these agencies and some of these needed.
I guess what I was thinking, let's say your nurses that are already on staff, if they decided that they wanted to do contract work versus being employed, they provide their own benefits, basically.
Right.
But they would make more of a salary under a 1099 agreement than it would be as a state employee. Does that make sense?
That's kind of what's going on with the school system right now too, as I
Okay.
understand it. The school system has hired some temporary nurses. They sign a contract for a couple of years, possibly. I'm not really sure how that works. Yes, that does happen in some.
I was just thinking it could be an option to make it more enticing for a nurse who's registered to want to do this job, for the money that they deserve.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's any restrictions with that in the state or
Yeah,
not.
that's what I was just curious about, if there would be.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, that's for y'all's, benefit.
I actually think they have looked into it and
Bill
haven't
probably
found
knows the
any
answer.
better. and
Okay.
haven't found people going.
Just something that popped up.
Yeah, because it's very different than most nursing services. Like when you go into a hospital, you've got other people right there
Oh, yeah.
telling you what you're gonna do.
Right.
It's very different in public health and in schools and things like that.
Just a thought.
I can't cover it all, so it's so wonderful to have the different people on our board. Okay, so the last couple of things that I wanted to go over were some things that we had agreed on when we had our meeting on August the 8th about how we're going to possibly make some changes, some tweaks in how we do things that would be for the betterment of everybody, the betterment of our health department, the community, what have you. The first thing that we talked about was there was a problem, at least it was the appearance of a problem that the staff was not willing to meet with builders, installers, whatever on site. So to make us more public friendly, Bill sat down with the staff, Kara, and they talked about it, and it's now on the application for sewage permit, installation permit. Do you want to meet a staff member there? Because the staff seemed to think that it was probably 80% that did not, but 20% did. But those 20% are important. So it's going to be right on the application, and anyone that has marked that on their application, then they will get a phone call ahead to say, this is when we're going to be out, can we meet, what have you. We talked about possibly needing a soil scientist to be contractual, to kind of help when there are disputes, because we don't want, and this is, I think, was misinterpreted last week at your meeting. I'm just, for the record, I don't agree with exactly what Mr. Mansfield said. I don't think we've asked anyone to waste their money. People have voluntarily hired soil scientists to come out. I don't think that, what I had said at the board meeting was, I don't think that should ever be necessary. We should, if we can't agree, then there should be someone that's simply an objective person. And so we have put out an RFQ for a soil scientist, and that was for 30 days, and I believe the last date of that to apply is end of workday, September 26th. Then Bill will get all those to us at the next board meeting, and hopefully we will have that situation resolved. We also talked about at our meeting,
Ms.
yes.
Colleen, if you would,
Sure.
what's your goal on, if you hire or contract a soil scientist, what's your goal? Is your goal going to be, I think what some of the things that Mr. Mansfield was referring to is the misinterpretation that, or the, about misevaluation of the soils that the sanitarians are making. And to where it's not your all's fault, but it's if I'm correct in saying you and some of your staff have said our training comes from the state of West Virginia, right? But so in reality, in order for our people to be inspectors, building inspectors, they have to have certifications, ongoing training, right? And I think it's the long-term thing would be if the sanitarians were able to have, I think a lot of it was done virtual training, but you can't do that in soils. Right. And if you're able to do that in soils and have somebody to continue a continued education on evaluating the soils, that would eliminate some of these misinterpretations of the soil modeling.
And I will agree with you that training is always a great thing. I don't know what the status quo is today about sanitarian training, other than they when, like, we have a new sanitarian, that was the other thing I wanted to tell you, is that we just hired a new sanitarian and they start September 6th. On September 7th, they begin their 11 weeks of training through the state. Some of that is virtual, some of it is on the job training, some with a supervisor from the state, not just whatever. And then as a registered sanitarian, or a sanitarian of any type in West Virginia, you must have a certain number of continuing education hours every year. I think COVID has kind of put a notch in that one too, like everything else, because we're so busy doing other things like giving people vaccines and tests and whatever, that kind of did get put on hold. And everybody, I am a licensed dentist. I'm also a registered sanitarian. I mean, even the dental board put on hold some things for a while. We're getting back. But to answer your question, what I personally think, and I think the board agrees with me, the purpose of the soil scientist is twofold. Number one, it's to have an objective opinion when we need mediation. And number two was the next thing that I was going to talk about, which is training. And I do think that we all need to be on the same page. Why was there a couple instances that got so heated and elevated and whatever? It's because there was like completely different ideas on different sides, and everybody needs to be the same. The problem is that when you hire somebody and we hire somebody and it's not the same somebody, we're never going to agree. Two dentists are never going to agree on an x-ray. It's any profession. It's just how it is. So I see the soil scientist as being a trainer for everyone, for septic installers, for the sanitarians. We would open it up for a regional training. I mean, that would help a lot too with installers that say, well, I go over to this county and it's this way, and I go over to this county and it's that way. And yes, it would be on site. I mean, I attended one of those 18, 20 years ago where we went to 3 different sites, 3 totally different sites, and the soils person went through every single one and did all that. So, yeah, that's kind of...
Was that here in Berkeley County?
Actually, it was held over in Hardy County.
Okay.
Because most of our in-service trainings, and I'm assuming it's the same still here, is regionally. Because it doesn't make sense, especially if you pay to do that, is to have it regionally.
So something you said just tweaked a nerve in my brain here, that you said that if we hire somebody and you hire somebody, they're never going to agree, and you have two sides of it. On the opposite of that, if you hire somebody to be an independent, are they really going to be an independent view since you're the one paying them to do that? Or are you looking at hiring somebody as a consultant to where they're an independent contractor and you're hiring in that way as
Yes.
opposed to working for you?
Correct. It would be contracted, independent, yes, exactly what you're, and I'm glad you're back. The last time I saw you was in Morgana, looking at soils, 20 years ago. But anyway, yeah, it's what you are on the track there. It's not, I mean, of course, in any dispute, you're going to have your cheerleaders and what. This is to alleviate that. This is to be, and this would be, hopefully, it would alleviate extra time, extra money, lawsuits, whatever, because this is then the mediator, the mitigator.
Do you still educate the septic installers?
You know what? We haven't done that in a while, probably because of COVID and whatever, but that was one of the things that Kara and I and Bill talked about in a meeting. And I can tell you, this is a kind of different, but I'm excited to share this part with you, is that one of the things that when we were, Doug and I specifically, President Copenhagen, is that, I think, anyway, that we specifically talked about is this whole issue of Class 1 versus Class 2 systems. So, just like, and I glazed over this when I was talking about food service, we had discussed about, is anybody overseeing the inspections? And I will tell you that this morning I went through every single food service inspection that has been done since January of this year. And I didn't particularly see anything nitpicky or one person being different than another. Several places have been closed, all by different people. So yes, am I looking at it all the time? No, Kara does that, but I did promise you that I would check some of those things. And then the same thing goes with the sewage. We looked it up because you asked what was the deal on the class 1, class 2. Yes, the numbers have gone up. But then what came to light is that in the beginning of 2021, there was a memo from the state public health saying that Elgin systems were now going to be a class 2 system because they weren't being put in properly and mistakes were being made. So we are still in the process of waiting for an answer right here from legal. We're trying to get an answer, a legal answer, but the solution that I think we came up with that I love, Kara loves, everybody so far has loved it as long as it's legal, is that we have Elgin come in and do a training and you get certified by Elgin. And then it doesn't matter, class 1, class 2. I have Elgin certification. I mean, to me, class 1 and class 2 is just at what point did you get trained? You don't have to know how to put in an LPP or sandbound if all you want to do is an Elgin. So that was my suggestion. I've already sent a email to Elgin on Monday requesting that they come. I can't imagine that they won't for free because it means we're going to use their product.
I don't think you can define the class 1 and the class 2 by whether they're installed properly or not.
No, I agree with you.
So the explanation doesn't make any sense to
The
me.
explanation from the state.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
The explanation
No.
from the state to declass it as a class 2,
Well, and-
just for the mere fact that they're not being installed, the installation of that is up to the sanitarians to do the inspection, not due to what type of system it is.
We are, not to cut you off, sir, but we are all on the same team. I mean, Kara and I have talked about it, and it's not that they wanted it to be class 2, but we try really hard to follow the regulations, and basically what you have are what I call the pink book and the yellow book, but it's the design standards and the sewage regulations from a long time ago, and then this gigantuan green notebook of memos of understanding direction from the state. I don't know that anybody's taken anybody to court on those.
So can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
So if you're talking about doing some training for your staff and talking about doing some trainings for the installers, if you will, and you're talking about getting contracting a soil scientist, why couldn't the soil scientist do that training? And when that soil scientist does that training, actually you can have your staff there as well as the installers so that everybody's learning the same information at
That's
the same
the plan.
time.
No, that's exactly the plan.
Right.
And that's what we discussed, is that everybody has to be on the same page.
Right.
Absolutely. Everyone needs to be on the same page, right?
I would prefer that it not be together, personally.
But it'd be by the same person.
It would be by the same person, but not together, just for the simple fact of comfort level. And we are still regulators, and we may not be comfortable asking certain questions in front of the people that we're actually regulating, if that makes sense.
Well, and maybe they attend, the inspectors attend the same class where they're being, where the installers are being taught, because that way the ones that are doing the inspection at least can be privy to the exact same information that was given to the installer, because the installer comes out and says, hey, this is what I was taught in my class that you guys required me to do, and now I'm doing this, and you're telling me I'm doing it wrong. So then at least the installers have an opportunity to interject and say, hey, what about this? You know,
or if you did do it that way, you could actually say, you know, if you're an installer, you're free to leave now, and the sanitarians stay behind and they have questions as well. It'd be no different than the training course we had. Every sanitarian that you had was there.
Right.
But unfortunately, it became more of a sales pitch for people wanting to sell products.
Right, right. Well, so my idea, and once again, I don't make the decisions, the board advises and Bill implements and Kara implements, but my thinking and our thinking discussing all this was we need to have the soil scientist. If that's the person we're going to have as the objective person, then we should all understand their way of thinking. And then I also am very excited to do the Elgin part because, unless legal counsel says to heck with the memos from Charleston, do whatever you want, we just try. To me, it's a good way to comply. And also, gosh, it's another little feather in your hat. It's not going to cost you anything.
There's nothing mechanical on Elgin pods, and really to figure out how many Elgin pods you need is no different than turning back around and how many feet of pipe you need. And then the sand it's one type of sand, C33, which is a concrete sand.
Right. Exactly. So, any questions?
One question. Bill sent out an email, and maybe it wasn't ready, but of the appeal process for us, and it's blank, pretty much. Have you seen that? I mean, is anybody working on the actual steps of an appeal process?
Yeah, yes, I can tell you where we are with that. First of all, this whole last few months has been a huge learning experience for everyone in that we thought the state had you must do this, you must do this. And if you read the code, it keeps saying the commissioner. So we were following the procedure as we thought, and then we just kept getting no answer. And so, mostly from Mr. Hirchis. But then I stepped in and pushed the point, and then that's when Dr. McLaughlin called down there to the bureau and said, look, y'all, we need to have a phone conference call. You need to tell us. I don't think they even know exactly whatever. I know that in every document that I've read in the last few months, they do emphasize that it's the county. It is the county that has final decision. We don't want to make the decisions for you. So, in the process of some of these things that we've been discussing and the two cases which were potential court cases, I would be happy to tell you that those have both been resolved. Last week we went out like asked and asked for new holes, new locations, new reevaluations. Everything was agreed on and is done. Mr. Manspile was approved for everything that he asked for, but he was standing here last week kind of shooting us in the foot. And I have to take up for the sanitarians because they have 33 programs they have to be experts on. What other job do you know that you have to be a pool operator aficionado, a food service aficionado, a sewage whatever? I really give them kudos for what they have to know to do their job. And I think what has been misinterpreted by the public as not knowing their job has actually been them going back and dotting an I and crossing a T and making sure that they were following the code and giving the correct answer. Just had to speak my piece on that. But as far as what the procedure is, I'm hoping we don't have to use it. I'm hoping things will be better. But if we do, but if we do, I talked to the prosecuting attorney, Katie, and she suggested I went over everything that we had done in this particular case and tried to explain things where it kind of got muddled. Where it got muddled was we are sending it to the state and they're going, don't ever send it to us. It's just you. It's just you. So, but what I had made some recommendations and I said, okay, when we send out a letter that would be some type of denial letter or closure letter, whatever, for food service or pool, whatever. She suggested that right in that letter, we then notify the person what their next step is. So that it's very clear. It's right there in that letter. okay, if you don't, we are denying this application based on XYZ, PDQ, whatever. If you do not agree with it, your next step would be to, but, and then that way, everybody knows exactly what's going on. Yes.
And also the contested hearing flow chart, it is on our website. So it can
Even
show-
though it's muddy.
It's what?
There is a contested hearing flow chart on our website to view.
The chart.
It's not this one, is it?
Probably. Oh, it's not that.
I
It's
don't
a
believe
little
it's
bit
that.
better than that.
I was gonna say, cause this was
No.
blank.
No, it's better than that.
All right.
But this is, you know, this has been good. I personally think it's been painful, but it's been good because I feel like we've got some new changes on the horizon that are gonna benefit everyone.
I think some of the things that has happened, you know, when Councilperson Goken and I was at your meeting, one of the questions was to ask, why are people complaining to you, the county council, and not us? It's crazy because I had a meeting, Dan, I had a meeting at 6:30 this morning. My next meeting was with the sheriff at 8:30, and the first thing he opens says out of his mouth is, "You've been getting phone calls on some of the restaurants getting closed down." So not only does this board get phone calls, but the sheriff is getting phone calls. So that's just because we're elected officials, right? Where do you go when you have a problem? You go to elected official, and we can testify to that because we get a lot of phone calls on different things, not just the health
I would love to
department.
see that whole system revamped and changed. I mean, there's some, I travel, my wife and I travel all over the place, and we go to some places where there's actually letter ratings right on the door that says, you know, you have to achieve certain things in order to get to a certain letter, and or have tested to, you know, so many times to at you know, minimal amounts of citations or whatever it is in order to get to that level. And I think it's a great system for the consumer to be able to walk up to a business and see, you know, a high rating on a door to feel better about what's there. Plus, I think it lays out a consistency over everybody, that everybody has to look at this, and this every time they go in order to check the boxes, so to speak.
Well, do I have time to just address that just real quick? First of all, the 100-point scale that other places use, we used to use. West Virginia got away from it because you could have a place that was filthy dirty, but it was because there was every single wall in the place, every single ceiling in the place was dirty. I mean, it was just gross, and it was still a 95. You could have another place that just simply didn't have the proper screens, and so they had flies everywhere, you know, and it looked great. So the score system didn't exactly work, and that's why they're doing what they are doing now. The other thing is, and this is the last thing before I close out, I promise, is that I just wanted to let you know that we are diligent. We do try really hard to work with people, and as you know, every one bad comment, it takes 7 good ones to react, you know, counteract that. You ever heard that before? I taught that in a couple classes. I feel like you're only getting the bad side. I looked it up. There were almost 300 septic permits issued this past year. We had 2 complaints. I mean, maybe there are others, but 2 that really whatever. So I just keep that in mind, please, because I know you all get lambasted too. And so we know you're good people too. So just keep that in mind, and I hope we can keep things more fluid rather than it coming to some crazy big fireworks.
All right. I was hoping to be able to pull out and meet with you 3 real quick. I think I might be able to.
Well, I'm going to suggest to the council that we have Trip Tobin coming in next week to talk about the artificial turf for the Legion ball field.
Mm-hmm.
I have the follow-up discussion for supplemental funding as part of next week's agenda, so I'm requesting that we table that till next week because it's already in for next week.
Right.
So the only thing I have for open session is a decision on the 2022 chamber image book, and then we have executive session.
All right, so can I take
Yes,
a couple minutes out, Eddie? Did you want to still go? Okay. You all have time, just for a second? All right, we'll go over in the conference room.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Nice to see everyone. Are we allowed?
What's that?
I can't hear you.
No, I'm taking over.
No, he's got to take over.
You need a break?
Well, I thought we were taking a break, but no.
Nope,
No. We can-
we're still on the agenda.
Motion to approve the 22 chamber image book.
Well, the question is, you know, in the past, we've participated in the 2022 Community Image Book. We've done a full-page ad. The question is, do you want to do a full-page ad?
For how much?
It's $2,000. Last time we did it was $1,800, so it's going up.
And what goes on the full page ad?
Well, in the past, it's been a photo of the council and some of the activities within the county, and then an explanation of, you know, who we are and kind of what we do.
I would assume that it would also direct people who are looking at the ad to our website.
It does.
Because that would be critical to the success of the ad, is getting up to our website.
It does. And
And if
they
it
do a
does
nice
that, I think it's probably worth it.
job. And we've always participated, but certainly didn't want to commit to it unless the council was in agreement.
Do you need a motion?
No, sir, just consensus of
Oh,
council.
okay, you got my consent.
I'm good.
Okay, we'll take care of it.
All right.
That's all I have for open session.
All right. We have executive session.
We do have executive session. I need executive session to discuss real estate, litigation, and personnel.
So moved for executive session.
Okay. Got a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Take
We're in executive session. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to
Probably, any action to be taken out of executive? for the property.
I thought you were gonna say it and then we were gonna.
Okay. Okay, we're back in session, out of executive session.
You need a motion for something?
Yes, sir, we need a motion for purchase of 7-lot property and structures at Sportsman's Paradise for the tune of the amount of $179,000
So moved.
John Foster.
from John Foster. And enter into that
Mr.
agreement
Foster, yeah.
and give our president or me
Sign it?
to sign it. Do we have to do that, or does that just come from you?
Get president,
Yeah,
sign.
yeah, sign the contract.
Yeah, okay. Second, do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Thank you very much. Any items from the public? It's not.
Mr. President, I really would like to recess.
We are in
Well,
recess.
Until 6 o'clock.
Till 6 o'clock. Doug's not gonna be here, right?
He's not, he's going to Pocahontas County.
I don't blame him. Okay. Good evening, everyone. We are here this evening for a public hearing regarding the commercial rates for the structure, not the rates, the structure and update for the ambulance authority. Can I get a motion to go into public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. We are now open with the public hearing. Mr. Director,
Well, as you guys know, you've seen this at 11:15 this morning, and we have no one from
We
the
have an
public here.
audience of thousands. out
Yeah,
there.
there, definitely, and I will go into this as much as you guys would like me to. I've given you a handout to take with you, as I said earlier, the take-home test, so to say. So I'll allow you to dictate to what extent we go forward with this.
would there be anything other new that you said this morning that is, already recorded out there in the World Wide Web? That
Nothing new. It's nothing new from this morning. Absolutely not, sir. The one gentleman that did speak, he and I did meet, outside for a while, and his big concern seemed to be that he functions on multiple levels with businesses, different types, and how would he maintain the accountability of those different things? And we explained to him that, you would have an owner ID that's specific to you, but then you would have sub-parcel IDs that would be specific to each business. So you would be able to consolidate them, pay for them. He wanted to know would he be able to do a consolidated payment via online, because he may not have the opportunity to get in here. And he did say that if we begin to put a work group together, he had an interest. He left me his business card so that we could engage him further down the road.
Okay. Mr. Davis, in legal direction, do we want to go over this? I'm sorry, go ahead.
So have you came up with how much you figure, if you use the rates that you kind of have in here, what you would generate?
We haven't, because those were put in as subjective placeholders based on, what we do going forward. We can tell you based on what our initial thing being is to give back to those on the Homestead Act. We would probably have to generate between 170 and 210,000 from a commercial fee to hit that nil point.
Sweet spot.
So do you have figures on how many of each tier you have? I mean, how far have you gotten into actually putting together the business plan side of it?
The money wise of it, we haven't dipped into that yet. What we actually looked at is what the fire board has built commercially based off of their tiers, and said that, okay, what we see is the owners. We don't see that we may see P&G on some of them, or we may see something owned by the airport or development authority or something like that. But what we've done is looked at what their tier system is, looked at the sheer numbers that are there, but we haven't really assigned a dollar amount to anything yet. That could go back and say, okay, if we've got 20 of these in this tier, this is what we anticipate from a revenue stream or something like that. We're kind of reverse engineering because we know where we want to end. We just have to figure out how we get there.
Right, that's what I said. So then that's why I was asking if you had those numbers for each column, could look at that and go backwards and say you got to have X amount of dollars.
I really believe the big thing in the minds of some of our board members, or what we call the big five, Quad Graphics, Clorox, P&G, Macy's, and of course our new logistics center out there, is based on what we've seen. If you go to P&G, for instance, 50 times a year, and the minimum ambulance charge would be $400, you could look at almost $20-some thousand worth of usage in a year by that facility. So how do you equate that out to what's a good start point?
So what do you think the next thing for us to do is? Start putting those numbers together?
I think we need to start looking at the tiers and saying, okay, if we're going to look at this square footage, maybe the initial tier would equal to the same as a residential tier. Because it's safe to say you could have homes at 2,500 square foot.
Right.
And then you begin to build out from there. Do I believe that we're low on our bigger places? Yes, I do. But, where do you start? And that's really the big thing for us. Is where do we start on those bigger tiers at the bottom end? I think the smaller ones are very easy to get to.
Do the bigger places, and I know you have a lot of calls from somebody like P&G, obviously, because of the sheer volume of people. What are there, 1,700 employees there now, something like that? So you're going to have, but do you have higher calls per capita off of that than you do smaller ones, smaller businesses?
I don't know that you do. I think it's just by sheer number.
Right.
That would be my thing. I don't believe that you do. If I had to say that, it's just a sheer number factor and the law of percentages.
Is there, and of course, you see we don't have anybody here asking the questions, but I can see that, I can imagine that at some point, they're going to ask the questions of, we spend this much money on having training in staff, and we spend this much money on having somebody that can do initial first aid and those type of things in here. Is there a thought for credits for those type of things?
That was brought up. As I said, P&G does have a contract with us to train their rapid response people at the emergency responder level. That somewhere around the $12,000 to $15,000 a year mark, but we are providing a service to them for that and pay our instructors, and they get certified, cards and things for that. So do I believe we take it in consideration? We could. Do I think we use that as an exoneration that you don't know? I don't believe that either, because as I said, you're getting a service and something for that, because I'm sure, I'm not a big business person, but I'm sure there's some sort of insurance reduction or something that they receive for having these people certified.
Right, and I'm sure it makes a difference.
It does.
I would think it would. I mean, all those things add up. But I also look at the fact that they're paying you guys X amount of dollars to teach their people what they need to know. I think that's being pretty good stewards of the system.
Well, the good part is if you're training in-house, just like you would, a firefighter crossing over to some EMS or us crossing over to firefighting, and we're training the same way and using the same stuff, that transition seems seamless when all these pieces come together and work together, because they all have the same general idea of what their function is. So that does help.
Brian, and that quick response team, all they do is triage the employee until you guys get there, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And, you still, if it's serious enough, you still have to provide the transport.
Oh, yes, most definitely. I mean, they're getting that person out of immediate danger, meeting their immediate needs, and pretty much saying, okay, let's wait till the cavalry gets here.
Right, but the difference between lopping a finger off and cutting a finger, they probably just treat that finger, that type of thing, and probably don't even have to have an ambulance come out. Whereas
they're gonna call you anyway. They're gonna call you anyway.
Yeah, definitely. We see, we talk about other businesses outside of Berkeley County. I'm gonna give you a prime example. There's a water project up in the woods being done up off of Toboggan Hill Trail. We had one of their workers fall down a manhole that we had to come out, provide care, bring him to the hospital. And, of course, this is a Jefferson County business doing business in Berkeley County. Now, we will get paid through his workman's comp insurance, but as we've already said, insurance is only compensating you at about 48 to 49% of what you bill. So those are some of the things.
You're getting compensated for the service. You're not
Yeah.
getting anything to get the ambulance and the crew there.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but like people like, that's really become popular in the last probably 10, 12 years. Now just like MedExpress, for example.
Yes, sir.
Or even some of our care facilities. They're high volume users. That as of today haven't paid a nickel.
You're absolutely right. That's what I was saying, is that we, as the 911 ambulance service, are part of their treatment protocol. As I said, as they go down that algorithm, they get to the point where it's call 911. And they do everything from calling 911 to take to the hospital, but they've even gone as far to say, well, I've got this patient at direct admit in Winchester Medical Center. We want you guys to take him. No, that's routine transport. That's not emergent. And then you get into a whole different thing with the position there, but that's on us.
And Anthony, I had asked Jeff earlier in the week, and that if in our ordinance that it's spelled out that we are exempting homestead exemption folks beyond the first phase of this new rate. If we have any liability issues or any, not liability, but legal issues.
If that was permissible. So there's not any black letter law on saying you can do this, you can't do that. The only thing with fees like this, which is one of the rare things in West Virginia law, it does give the county broad sort of authority to construct the fee. It just has to be reasonably related to the service being provided. You can't just, you hate some company, you structure an ordinance that they're really only the ones that are paying. You can't do something like that. Right? But that is in our.
But you can do that to all companies.
Yeah, if it's across the board, you could say every company has to pay $10,000. Every individual has to pay $5,000. Yeah. Well, you'd probably not have jobs, but
they did that in Michigan. That's why I point that out. In Michigan, they doubled the tax rate. They doubled the tax rate on everything in Michigan, I don't know, 20 years ago. And every person that had a residency got a 50% discount.
Well, so I don't see anywhere where that would run into any problem.
Okay.
I mean, we do that with our property tax. I don't see.
Yeah, but I knew that's already in statute, and that's why I didn't want to take a chance in getting 3/4 of the way through this thing, and all of a sudden, you or Jeff say, or somebody in the audience say, whoa, you can't do that, and here's the reason why.
There's no reason
good.
that I see. I mean, did somebody get mad and say that that's not fair and file sue us? Sue any community. People do that. I don't see any legal reason why.
Good.
Now, not that I want to compare what we have in Berkeley County to any other county, but is there a wheel that has already been invented somewhere else that we could kind of image that to our needs versus what they use?
I know Jefferson County does commercial billing. Talking to Michelle Gordon a number of weeks ago, just briefly, they were here talking to me about some things. She was the crafter of that, and I'm more than willing to get up with her and see what they did, how they figured these things out, and kind of see if there's anything that we can use from there. But that's probably the closest place to us that we could do. But yeah, I'll most definitely reach out to her, see if we can't get some alone time to sit down and talk about this, because she was recommended by a friend of mine who since retired from the county. If you guys know Sandy McDonald from Jefferson County, she was deputy county administrator there for a long time. She's now our childhood friends, grew up together. So she said, "Hey, get with Michelle. She's the one that crafted things down there."
So how long you think it's going to take you to look into this a little deeper and come up? You knew that was coming.
You're not gonna let me off, are you? I couldn't tell you. I mean, it depends. It depends on how in depth we want to get. If we want to keep it broad, we could probably do something in January, understanding that it's not going to be perfect, and it would be a work in progress.
Well, I mean, should we do what we did last time and say give him a month to look at it and weigh out, or 2 months to look at it and come up with some ideas?
How about early November?
Yeah, not that you got to have it worked out, but just come up and give us some progress on how you're structuring and maybe you'll have some.
I think I could have you enough data to kind of give you a dollar amount of where I think because of course you figure out your 100%, you back out what your anticipated non-payment is, and you go from there. And the only ones that I really look at on that piece would be the fire board, because they're doing the commercial billing as to what their first time pay rate is, and, you know, where they were at their different milestones and things of that nature. But I think we could probably have something that's going to tell us what to generate. And, you know, I'll give everything I got with my crew, my team, to make sure that we have as close to something that if we want to put it in trial, and then we can give it a shot.
Right. I mean, you guys are probably, I don't see this happening before the first year, so you guys are the one going to deal with it. When do you think you guys are wanting to try to get it in, you know, so that at least we have a, you know, another conversation?
Sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
You know, because we definitely need to have it to be able to establish a basic income of about what you should be able to generate off of this before the next billing cycle, which is going to take everybody from 85 to 110.
Right.
So this needs to be in place really and truly
by the end of June.
No, well before that.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm thinking January, like you
It
said.
would be nice to have it done before your budget.
Correct. We start looking at February. You know, it may be as simple as us coming back and looking at it and saying that we believe we're close enough that we can cover those losses, and maybe the decision is made then to go ahead and go with the plan to exempt those folks.
So is early November realistic to get further down the road, at least have some ideas?
If nothing else, just to get an update.
Yeah, I think we can. I think we can have something.
The purpose of today was to get
public input.
If there was any, but also to get a consensus from the council. You know, you've had time to look at it. Is Brian and his staff kind of heading in the direction that you envision?
I mean, I think it's I think any way you look at it, you're probably gonna have to tweak this thing a couple times as you move forward, because I think absolutely you're gonna have things pop up that you're gonna be, you know, oh shit moments, you know what I mean? And you're gonna have to say, okay, we gotta figure that part out.
Yeah, and it's like I spoke with Brian some time ago, and I said, look, you know, the family that's trying to build a business, you know, like he's a mechanic in his backyard. He's got a nice garage he built, you know, himself probably. Yeah, we don't want to beat them people over the head. That's not what we want to do. You know, so maybe like that owner operator business, you know, on his own residential property, maybe he doesn't get a bill for his business. You know, the guy that's got a barber shop and the part of his garage in his yard, maybe he doesn't get a bill because he already pays it out front, him and his wife. So I don't want to hurt those folks, but once we take a couple more steps, then we're getting into people that really, you know, it's at that point it becomes a business expense. And
yeah, I agree with you. I mean, you don't want to have people start listing their businesses in Winchester, Virginia, so that they can avoid paying an ambulance bill. You know what I mean? You know, I get that. You know, I get that. But you know, I mean, to pay $100 or something for a business isn't. You know, if they can't afford $100, there's a problem.
Yeah.
You know.
But like, you know, but then okay, so now we're successful. Now we're gonna. I'm gonna take my mechanical shop down the road. I'm gonna rent a building now from Dan Delier because he's got a garage there that I can rent, and I'm gonna hire on 2 or 3 more employees. Now we're getting there.
You put it in the budget, right?
Yeah. So just find a way that we can be fair, but
it's got to be equitable.
Yeah.
I
But, you know,
think he knows what we want because of the constituents that we all face every day.
Yeah, it's like when you know, I've had a couple people say, "Oh boy, I just got my ambulance bill, and it really went up." I'm like, "It did. And I said, "Listen, here's our plan. You know, you're 75 years old, and hopefully that's where your fee's gonna stay. I said, do you understand that that fee's not been increased for 11 years? That the cost of a brand new ambulance is near $270,000. I said, one of my arguments for quite a while has been, we only have one ambulance in Inwood. We only have one ambulance in Marlin. Gotta do better. Takes money. We gotta improve our services. It takes money. And once they understand what the goal is and a little bit of backstory, then they understand they're okay. It's still a lot of money for them.
Sure.
But really, if we can find a way to skin this cat, I think we've done a great thing.
I think one of the things that we've done as elected people, or, you know, in this community, when somebody, you know, we grew up here, and they can come to us, and then we do. I mean, on many occasions, I've tried to sit down and explain to them why we do and the reason for it. And, you know, once they still don't like it, but they understand it better.
Sure.
And, you know, so that's
And we
always
get that a
been-
lot, and we do it a lot, and
Mhm.
you know, not only are we working this, but I'll be up in the woods on the 16th talking to those people, trying to, you know, address their needs and concerns and things of that nature. So, yeah, we see it too. Spent the other morning on the radio talking to with Marcia and Jordan to try to get this information out there on this, and I think there was a snippet actually on the news this morning. But we're doing what we can to get out in the media, let him know that what this money's going for, what we're doing with it, and ultimately what the outcome is. So that's about, we just got to keep pushing forward. It's a challenge that I think we can meet. We just keep pushing forward. That's what
I think it's very doable. I think it will be the fairest. As you know, if it becomes unfair, we'll fix it. You know, or if it's noted to be unfair, I think we are smart enough to be elected that they will do exactly what needs to be done.
Correct.
So come back in a couple months and see where you're at with it.
Okay, what's the first Thursday in November? Do you have that handy?
That give you something to do in your spare time.
First Thursday in November is the
First.
third.
Oh, third.
So we'll schedule you, Brian, November 3rd, sometime in the morning.
Okay.
Mid-morning.
Sounds good.
And I don't know who's gonna create the language. Is it your office gonna create the language?
We can certainly help if we can do that.
But,
Who we work with.
but somewhere along the line, because I know that will take a little bit of time as well. If we can get that language created, and then at some point, when we're ready, all you gotta do is plug the number in, and then we can take it to the public.
Yeah, I think that'll probably be some of the easier pieces.
Does the and he brought up a good point. Does the ambulance or the development authority pay this fee? I mean, I guess they don't now, but
They don't at the moment because it's residential living units. So the question now you're getting into, if they're tax code exempt.
Yeah,
they're
they're
commercial
tax
land,
exempt.
but they're tax exempt.
they're tax
Or do they
exempt.
pay? You have, when you look at the fire board stuff, you have hangars and buildings at the airport that would normally pay $500 based on square footage, but they're paying $100. So there's some sort of exemption or lowering there. So it's, I think what we do is we meet the challenge, we put something together and go from there. And if somebody has a special pilot or something that they feel that we're violating, let them bring it forward.
And you'll hear that.
Yeah, we definitely will.
Yeah. So we'll just be ready for it.
All right.
Well, I think we've had a good conversation about it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and Brian, thanks for what you're doing. I mean, we're getting there.
We are.
If it would have been easy, it'd have been done 20 years ago.
Right.
You know?
Or everybody else would have done it.
Yeah. So it needs to be done. We need to see it through. We'll get there.
We'll get there. We'll definitely get there.
Okay. Well, being that there's no other public comment,
I move to close the public hearing. I'll second that motion.
we have a second, and all in favor say aye.
All right.
Like sign, opposed?
We're going.
Public hearing is closed.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We appreciate all your hard work.
I
You know, I'm just giving you a hard time about that spare time.
Do we,
I got
have to
about
adjourn,
the same amount of
recess?
spare time, but I'm gonna have a little more in about 3
Mr.
minutes.
Barnhart, you want to give us a recess?
We have to
It'd been nice,
recess? I thought we
if
closed
you'd
the public meeting, we're done.
had the time to do it.
No, we
All right,
got a
let's
recess.
recess. Jim, recess. Come on.